about now? What about that? There we go. All right, we're good. How's it going, everybody? My mic is now working. First off, thank you for all the subs. My God, thank you. Much appreciated, Gray and Walrus and Tall. And I think that's everyone who reset. Much appreciated. That was a lot of gifted subs, Jesus Christ. Appreciate it. We are back. It's been an interesting few weeks. Getting sick is always fun. But you know what? I feel a lot more rested. I'll say that. I feel a lot better. It's nice. It's weird how that happens sometimes, you know? You get horribly sick and it's the worst thing ever. But by the end of it, you walk out feeling kind of better at the end of it all. It's a really weird thing. So I hope everyone's doing good. You had a good couple of weeks. I hope, unlike me, you didn't have any Grand Campaign withdrawals. I know I did. I know I was looking at that save like, you know what I'd love to do right now? Go fucking play. But nope. Not happening. So unfortunate. Appreciate that sub as well. Alrighty, so I'm gonna do a recap. It's been a few weeks just to remind everyone where everything is. But before I do, yet again, thank you, Trucko Nero. You absolute fucking legend. He has been doing so much work on the wiki for the Grand Campaign. It's kind of ridiculous. So let me get a quick link for that if you want to kind of stay up to date on things. Let's see. There you are. Because my God, there's so much on here at this point. It's kind of crazy. If you want any of the details, especially on the Stellaris portion or the old kind of the Kings of House Torres, it's all on there now. So much appreciated, Trucko Nero. Hell yeah. More resilient, true. Last time I got deathly sick, well, like every time I get sick, I always get insanely sick. It's never like a little thing. Like, it just knocks me the fuck out. And then I don't get sick for like a year or two. When I went to like India and Nepal, like 5 years ago at this point, I got sick so many times and I came back to the US and I didn't get sick for 2 years. Just, my immune system was so good. I don't know if there's any science to support that, but sure felt like that. All right, so we have done away with the anime eldritch demon lich god being. So that's not an issue anymore for anyone who was here for that at the end of the last campaign we ran a few weeks ago. We don't need to talk about it. We're just moving on from there. It's that non-canon event. Anyway, where we are currently at right now is we are about to be in the beginning of the Teresa Torres presidency. We did a poll at the end of last time. I think we got a couple of years here because I had to go back in order to deal with, again, the eldritch anime demon. And as a result, it's still the presidency of Athena Montelupos. However, sure, I do this. Bear with me. That's one edit I did not do again. Okay, so when the election starts, I can. Anyway, it's about to be the Teresa Torres presidency, meaning that Athena Montelupos will have been president for twice. So she's had a good long period here at this point. She's been a really interesting president because she has almost entirely prioritized science-based issues, whether that is our own just basic research on technologies, whether that's exploration, and obviously the surveying of all these many interesting sites we've found, whether it's scientific, the remnants and the ruins of alien civilizations, or anything else. She also was the president who has overseen every single contact we have had with large organized interstellar civilizations, of which we have now met, I believe, 5. We'll go over those in just a minute. Her presidency has been fairly popular for the majority of it. She has led to a dramatic expansion of our species on our borders and the wealth of our corporations and individuals. Opportunities are there aplenty. We've colonized several new worlds. We have 5 in total now. And overall, it's been a time of prosperity, exploration, and scientific renaissance. The downside, her fatal flaw, if you will, as a leader and as a president, has been her economic one. whereby she has shifted funding and priorities away from basic subsistence, lowering food prices, things like that. It's all gone to what she cares and believes about, which is the scientific future of humanity. A noble effort, to be sure, but when you're president of all of United Humanity, there are more than just that. And as a result, skyrocketing food prices, consumer goods, and just general economic, not decline, it's been offset again by all the resources we managed to claim for the United Nations of Earth and the New Worlds. But despite that, many wonder why the economy is not in a better place given all of that. And a lot of that does come down to her policies. And as a result, she did lose, or she will lose, the upcoming election, resulting in Teresa Torres becoming president. She, of course, being the only child and daughter of dear Solomon Torres, the first president of the United Nations of Earth, who ruled for, I believe, around 13 or 14 years until obviously the catastrophe on Terra Nova, our first colony, and his eventual retirement for being governor there and leaving politics entirely a few years back. So the United Nations of Earth right now is in a very interesting place. We have, for all intents and purposes, claimed and begun to industrialize a large portion of one of the outer arms of the Milky Way. We do control a huge amount of territory, leading many of our leading economists and politicians, I'm sure, to suggest that we are geopolitically going to become a fairly relevant entity in the galaxy. We now know that we're not alone, but that brings a lot of questions, because although we have met some friends and friendly nations who we are already cooperating with, we've also met other entities that would certainly make us question whether we should have come out of the fucking oceans of Earth and evolved to begin with. I know if I saw a live holofeed of Wish King Rakata Un Ashkaza, I might question my 1,000 great grandfather forever evolving. I might question that a little bit. I think a lot of people would, guys, you know. We have the knowledge now to know that the galaxy is a pretty scary place, if we're being honest. Full of hope, full of friendly nations, but also full of a lot of danger and even terrifying creatures. The bandit. So let's go over those we have met. We've met several pre-FTL species. The first one we ever met, of course, being the Hothesians. So I can get a picture of them here. The Hothesians, who are a basically semi-hive mind collective entity of tree creatures. They fought a disastrous civil war over, ironically, political ideology around 20 years ago, which was disastrous. We have full contact with them and are fairly friendly. And at the end of that, the socialist communist hive mind Hothesians more or less won. It was between them and a fascist ideological group within the hive mind. They're one of those interesting hive minds that can have like individuality and obviously a little bit of diversity, resulting in things like that. The second one we met, of course, was the Ynon, I believe they are called. Yes, indeed. Who we meddled with too much. They are a lithoid species. They are very brutal and they are very intense. When we first met them, they were basically, most of the planet was ruled over by an oligarchical class of very wealthy individuals who basically presided over mass killings, genocide, and it was a brutal place. And as a result, in a vote in the UNE Parliament, we voted to intervene in an ongoing rebellion by the people on the planet against that tyrannical government and gave them arms and support. As a result, the rebellion was successful, but what took its place is basically the equivalent of a Stalin kind of government. They became fanatic authoritarians, and there were also revenge mass genocide. So we presided over millions of deaths there. It got a little better in terms of beating aliens after that. We found a floating spaceship with long dead aliens in it. After searching its solar system for their planet, we were unable to find it, but a very intelligent scientists deduced that it was thrown out of the sun's orbit by a wild black hole. We did eventually find that rogue planet, which was covered in ice, and after burrowing down into its ocean, we met an alien species there, which was still intelligent. Let's see, where are they? I'm gonna butcher this, Depriatier, who, after we contacted initially, did offer the chance to migrate and basically colonize the oceans of Earth, some of which did. So we've got some of them within the United Nations of Earth now. Those are the more minor aliens we met. After that, the first big contact was Deceitive Gavazol, a species of cooperative, industrialist, fanatic, egalitarian, pacifist bird people. Very friendly. They were friendly off the bat. We exchanged embassies almost immediately. Within years, we had full-on commercial pacts signed, and at this point, we already have research agreement, migration treaties, and a defensive pact. So we're very cooperative with them. They're not the strongest, and they have a few questionable ethics, but overall, they are a very friendly species and one that we are working with. We also met the hierarchy of Twaxtar, which is another avian species that is very hostile, and as a result has resulted in our military being built up for the day that we ever have to contend them militarily, and several very large stations being built on their path towards our inner systems. So there's still a bit of a, I wouldn't say Cold War, but it's not very friendly with them at all. We have met, where are they? Those who remember, who are a very isolated species that has not much interest in cooperating with us. They're sort of dolphins of a sort, which we later would learn are one of the original races of a deity system, and were those who originally fought the Marl Shul, who are a almost Necroid Lich type species, which has been here since the earliest days of the galaxy, and had supported a dark god that has been locked in the shroud. That's the simple way to put it. And lastly, the Arctrix, my sovereignty, another species that fought the Marl Shul in the early days of the galaxy, and kind of a stagnant lithoid species. Fairly friendly, but we're not the closest with them. So those are the aliens we've met. That's the situation politically we are at. We have several worlds. We have Earth, of course, which is now a just massively populated, very prosperous world. Terra Nova, our first colony, which has developed quite a lot after the initial tragedies of the crystalline incursion, where almost 500,000 were killed by a crystalline species, which many scientists suggest was actually just trying to use it as a mating breeding ground, but killed a lot of humans. We have colonized Hades, which is a hell planet covered in giant arachnids, which we have founded the HQ for the UN Marines and the UN Army there. It'll be a fortress world, one where our troops can train to become very strong. Luna Base, we have formally colonized the moon, and we are building it into an industrial shipping hub for the rest of the systems. New Vegas, which is originally a mining colony, which was founded by the UNE, but also the Fecalmont family. It has become, however, a hive of scum, villainy, drug trade, I'm sure human trafficking, all sorts of things. It is a scumhole, which Fritz Wolf Fecalmont is struggling to get in hand. And then lastly, Nyland, our most recent colony, which we have colonized in the northern parts of the inner systems. That is where we're at. I'm gonna take a moment here. Lord dump there for a good 12 minutes, that's about right. That's the general state of things. The economy is not in great shape. We have a lot of minerals, we have a lot of alloys, but we lack consumer goods, we lack enough food, and we lack energy. So obviously, the presidency of Teresa Torres, when it comes about in a year or so, will result in a heavy shift away from science, not entirely, but for the most part towards her campaign promises, which she essentially ran on basically the need for proper government, not a technocracy, one that prioritizes the needs of regular people, the economic state of the UNE, given how it is so large and so prosperous, or should be right now, as well as probably a bit of a military buildup to deal with the situation. There we are. Ladies and gentlemen, the Grand Campaign, Stellaris Edition. Hell yeah. What's up, Z-Ray? Yeah, Bonaparte. We have one of Bonaparte's great-great-great-great-granddaughters as an admiral right now. Let's see where she is. There she is. Eveline Celine de Bonaparte. She is a very competent admiral. Our first fleet is 5,000 strong. Our second fleet is 6. Oh, how could I forget? Biggest event before we stopped as well. Last of the lore dumping. It's not a promise, but probably. We will basically excavating an ancient alien trash heap on a planet. It was just a bunch of like old ships that were long destroyed, all sorts of alien devices, electronics, decaying for thousands of years. In the midst of this toxic dump on this planet, we found a very interesting ship that was still slightly intact, as well as a creature, an entity on board which was not completely destroyed, which had sustained itself for quite some time. Where are our leaders? There we are. Which was, of course, the S8-75.1 Warform. After taking it out of the trash heap and repairing many of its systems, we had a little bit of a tense talk with the creature, which after it saw that we had repaired it, decided that we were either its creator or good enough to be its creator and pledged its services to us. After bringing it back to the capital and doing a very detailed scientific study of its coding, its functionality, and its architecture in general, we realized that we had found an incredibly intelligent, sentient artificial intelligence, which had been used by some alien species that its logs were corrupted on in order to basically commandeer and to lead its navy at the time, long ago in galactic history in one of the great wars of the past. It's an incredibly capable, powerful entity, which we will be taking out of its ship and installing in the naval HQ on Earth in UNE City, and we'll be utilizing in the future in order to organize our navy, our military, and potentially, whatever is required, to lead our fleets in combat. Pretty cool. It was our first renowned paragon, so pretty cool. No anime girl apocalypse. It's not canon. We wiped that out. It's all gone. Yeah, and then the magma moon of Hades is going to be a prison world. True aces. We may not do that immediately, but we are going to do that. All right, we want to pull for the UNE. New Vegas should be made a corporate world. It already is, Gray. It really is. Olympus Industries. You want to propose? Let me get this straight, Gray. You want to propose that New Vegas becomes owned by the current president's mining company. Do you know how much that would destroy Athena Montelupos' legacy and probably not get passed? Wow. Okay, so we can make this a lore thing. We're gonna destroy the legacy of our current president. But you asked for a poll, so I'm gonna do it. You would be pissing also off permanently the Ficomont family. They'll hate you now. They'll hate your family. Before I put this poll up, let me provide context. Currently, New Vegas is it was our third colony, and it is currently ran by Governor Fritz Wolf Ficomont. It was founded basically with a deal with the UNE, where after they had not found the funds to basically send the colony ship, the current royal family of the United American Archduchy, which is still the most powerful state on the planet, offered to basically pay for part of it in exchange for monopoly on all the mining rights, of which there was a lot on the planet, and to place whoever they want as the governor, which is the heir and son of the current emperor, Fritz. So that is currently who runs it. It's had a lot of crime issues and problems and things like that. What is currently being proposed is that the current president, whose family owns a very wealthy mining corporation, is given a monopoly on all mining on this planet while she's still president. She's proposing that to the parliament. It would be seen as a gross act of corruption and greed, and would be seen as such, but it's going to be a poll. So everyone watching, you are all members of the UNE Parliament, and you can vote on this. Oh boy. Rip the legacy of Athena. Yeah, well, she wasn't going to lose the election before. She certainly is now, I can tell you that. Alrighty, let's get going. Sure, we're doing everything we're supposed to really quick. We're at that point in Stellaris now where basically, if you're not like taking a minute to stop and like make sure you're doing everything you're supposed to, like every 10 minutes, you just miss so much stuff. I know you can automate stuff, I just don't like to, because the AI, when it automates, will do the stupidest shit ever, man. Some of their decisions I can just never understand. Alright, well, we're not going to research that anymore, obviously, for reasons that should be clear at this point. Send herself to the other excavation. The Hawking is still lost in space. Kind of running out of space at this point, aren't we? I really like how they did the changes to the automated science ship stuff. It's so much nicer instead of just like only exploring. We have the construction ship here because I'm waiting to build the prison colony. That's what this is. We're just missing alloys for that. That's fine. We'll wait on that. All right, until she is no longer president, I also will not work on our economic reforms. For now, we're just going to keep the ship steady, keep working on science and all things of that nature. Our political scientists have been observing Nyland with keen interest. However, despite feverish campaigning, a lot of recent fuss in the media, they forecast a fairly typical outcome of the colony's political future. We had a very worrying reports last time around a year ago, that Nyland, our most recent colony, had become kind of a hotbed for radical political thought, which was seen as a political and just general issue for the UNE, but no longer an issue, so we're all good. She deserves to splurge after governing for a year, damn it. That's not what that is, though. That's a blatant act of dramatic corruption. They're very different. Yeah, there's a lot of pages on the wiki now, Tal. It's wild. What's the next planet going to be called, Aces? I don't think we actually currently have any that we can do. We've about hit our limit here.
Spaceborne life forms.
Oh, we're about to have 2 more. Cool. All right. So in a pretty overwhelming vote, the UNE Parliament has voted to not give the current president's private corporation monopoly rights on a UNE world. Oh God, the political consequences of that action would be pretty dramatic. A lot of people who probably at this point would be starting to trust the government again after the actions of the previous president, what was his name? Yusuf Balil, would be once again kind of getting disenfranchised, realizing we have yet another president who has done a lot of great things, but at the same time kind of hurt the regular person's average, ability to spend their average income. Basically just utilized her position in the last minutes of the presidency, while it was quite clear in the polls she would not get re-election, to essentially just make a power grab to try and gain a bunch of economic rights on one of the UNE's many worlds. It would result probably in a lot of, again, mistrust going towards the UNE and a lot of political dissidents, especially on the colony worlds, those not on Earth itself. So that will permanently blemish her record, permanently blemish her legacy, and make the job of the next president even harder to try and change things and to rid the UNE of its dramatic corruption that we have seen time and time again. What was the name? Cerberus. That's a good idea. We'll do that then. We need 1,000 alloys, I believe, for that, so we'll wait a bit longer. Teresa Torres and the crew of the NMS Archimedes has completed their study of the rock, and the findings are indeed intriguing. According to Teresa Torres, this massive stone was likely venerated as a deity or symbol of peace by a primitive civilization approximately 10,000 years ago. The rock surface is adorned with markings inscribed in an ancient language. However, it's evident that the rock is slowly deteriorating. Teresa Torres proposes 3 options for preserving it in one of our geology museums for public display, extracting valuable minerals from it, or offering it up to sale for collectors. We will keep it and make it, we'll put it in museums. I'm sure we have quite a few good ones at this point in UNE City and on Earth, so we're gonna hold on to it. We fix our music as well. We're not on the right playlist. Man, YouTube does so much now to make it so that if you have ad block on, that your experience is shitty. Kind of ridiculous. Bear with me while I get it working. Oh, God. It's an OES. I am free of the disease, thank you. Yeah, there's other ad blockers you may have to get, Gray. It can be a little bit of a pain to get it working properly now. Some of them just don't work. What's the battle bird? I'm doing very well. Very well indeed. End of the week. It's a Saturday, so pretty nice. God damn it, YouTube! It's a YouTube add-on mod that gives you a ton of different features, and discovered its fast feature works on adverts as well. So I set that sucker up to 6x speed. That's fair. That's smart if you don't want to use like a full-on ad blocker. The price they'll stop you from doing that though. We won't do any upgrades. We need our alloys for the prison world. Or up the. Few things here to increase the speed. I don't turn off all my extra applications. Stellaris is a little rough given that we have 2,000 stars. Good. It'd be kind of cool if there would be a federation between us and the birds in the future. I think it's definitely possible. I think it's a little bit more complicated for us given the just how our government functions. Like the United Nations of Earth is like centralized, right? But we have issues basically with our own nations wanting to be in that system, let alone a federation beyond that. So I will not rush into it. When I play Stellaris by myself for fun, even with a little light roleplay, depending on what I go with for governments, I'm always careful about like not running into those things to make it a little bit more, make sense. And it's the same here. We got to be a bit careful, but it is definitely possible in the future. Brain slug activism is banned. And those files were also destroyed, so, no one knows about it. We've blocked off the system. All right, our lead scientist, Hidden Andiyami, has come to a brilliant idea, and we've got a bunch of science. A fitting moment for the tail end of the Montalupos presidency. What's up, Curse? Yes, the anime lich goddess demon is gone. She's been removed from the timeline. We'll work on that. I guess she's been campaigning via holo feed. Teresa Torres, given she's still out doing scientist missions on the Archimedes. Should have enough now as well. Let's see. Molten world habitat, beautiful. That's going to be the prison world. Hades is the arachnid spider world that we've built the HQ of the Marines and Army on. And then Cerberus, the to-be-named prison colony on the magma moon, is going to be where we put all the many prisoners of the UNE, which are growing by the day, primarily due to one place. Fucking New Vegas. It's all criminals. Disgusting. I think I'm gonna go with the lore that the Hessians have like an Albanian style cartel on multiple worlds. We're gonna go with that. They're about political rights, political freedoms, and the movement of illicit goods. They're basically like neo-Nazi crime groups. I think that makes a lot of sense. There's gonna be a lot of them on Cerberus. A great scientist, Athena Montelupos. Oh my god, what? Hold on. We need a fitting song for that. Athena Montelupos just died. I didn't see that happening. Hold on. There's a song that fits here. All right, everybody take a moment of silence as soon as the song actually fucking plays. For President Athena Montelupos, an icon of the United Nations of Earth. Her legacy may be slightly blemished by the greed of her recent actions, but it may be well clear now. She was only doing that to try and make sure the legacy of her family and for her daughter was secure, given she probably had some sort of terminal condition while still in office. All right. Fuck, a moment of silence for a great woman. I do be sad. Jesus, man. She was probably our most competent president, I would say. Solomon Torres did a lot of good. He put us out into space. He took us out of our backwardness. He ensured that the unification of the United Nations of Earth would be secure, and he built our first colony. But none of that compares to the achievements of Montalupos. She expanded us from a 4-system species to one on dozens of solar systems, 5 worlds, about to be 7. Our research is now in a renaissance the likes of which we could not have imagined even 20 years ago. And it was under her esteemed diplomatic negotiations that we have made contact with 5 species and avoided war. A great woman whose legacy will be remembered in the centuries to come for the United Nations of Earth. And we will not forget her contributions towards a humanity that always remembers that science may not need to come first, but if not, it should always be second. We're gonna give her a proper parade. We'll give her a proper state funeral at home on Earth. Athena Montelupos has been laid to rest following a public procession. Every citizen of the United Nations of Earth was invited to pay their respects. The funeral is followed by a week-long festival with no expenses spared. Montelupos' translucent crystal casket is displayed at the UNE City Memorial Site, where the crowds line the streets hoping to catch a glimpse of the great leader and their final resting place. A fitting send-off for a great leader and a great president. Damn. Sad days for the UNE. Wow, this is difficult. Jesus. Okay. Yeah, Teresa Torres won the poll last time around. Solomon Torres can't run. He's retired entirely from politics. Oh, no, he hasn't, because we ran back to save. But no, I'm going to go with that lore, though. He's retired, essentially, for the most part, or he's about to. Given that we've actually retconned the lore, and he hasn't formally retired, we could keep him on in his daughter's presidency, actually. I'm going to think about that during the election. There is currently a ruling council and a ruling body made up the counselors of the former president, but the United Nations of Earth presidency itself will remain unfulfilled until the election is over. We are currently dealing with an economic crash, it appears, and a very poor state of the economy. Fucks the market. I'm sure given the tragedy of the situation, people will be forgetting exactly who put us in this situation economically, which is fine. Not everyone. The Hessians remember. Athena, our greatest leader, Athena, the goddess of knowledge, and knowledge has carried us far, but it's time to close your eyes and let new blood push us forward. Perhaps sensing the weakness and the United Nations of Earth, the power vacuum in Ynon City, and our ever-encroaching border, the realm of Mal Shul has chosen to rival us. Well, no point in pretending it's anything other than it is. Good, he's on his way back. That's our dear Warform friend there, who can be actually added to the council, which is pretty cool. He's got amazing stats, very intelligent. Strange reports from S8-75.1 We're receiving strange reports from our observers. One of the native kingdoms has rallied under a mysterious religious figure. We have seen evidence of them using advanced technology far beyond their current level of development. Could this be related to our missing scientist? The Ynon? That's the species that we got involved with. We have been careless conducting operations on the Ynon planet without bothering to hide our activities. I mean, we did literally support a rebellion against their government. Despite their modest technology level, even the Ynon civilization have taken notice of our activity. They already should know who we are. Ah, there you are. We've been waiting for you to initiate contact for so long. We decided to make the first move. What happens now? A bit of an awkward meeting, given... Well, I mean, we did technically support this government. This is the government that we supported to get power against the oligarchs. The problem is this is Rock Stalin we're talking to, literally. He made his whole species fanatic authoritarians and purged a ton of people when he came to power. What's up, buddy? How you doing? We're gonna take the CIA route here. We're gonna make friends with dictators if we have to. Nothing we can do at this point. Yeah, that's on us. That is on us. We'll make him a Minister of War potentially in the future. Not quite yet.
Anomaly detected.
Scans are detecting a cloud of unidentified substance spreading through the gas giant's upper atmosphere. We will research that, absolutely.
Construction complete. Construction complete.
A little low on influence here. We have to go there. I just tried to use a Baldur's Gate multiplayer ping to tell you guys where I'm looking at. It didn't work. I played a ton of that game over the last couple of weeks. Jesus Christ. Yeah, but we need to take these choke points up here if we can. It looks like they haven't come down. We're going to shoot for that system, but if we can't, we at least need to get to that one for sure. Be a little difficult here. Doable. We are making a good amount of influence. I'm just not running on max speed like I tend to in the early days. The NMS Lagrange was able to trace the fuel cloud around AO 748 to its source, an old space station of unknown origin. Montressor Saldana estimates the station to be at least 400 years old. He believes it was safely preserved for most of the time, but was recently struck by an asteroid, which destabilized its orbit and breached its main storage tank. It's clear that the station will not last long. A lot of fuel. Oh, let's study it. We might as well. There's no point. Discovery inside the fire. Our miners have located an entrance to a cave system of apparently artificial origin beneath the scorching surface of Archaeological 1. Starting the excavation would mean the complete halt of our mining operations present, but who knows what secret the depths may hold. This is still a Montalupos presidency, so we'll begin the excavation and halt mining for now. Local political drama on Nyland has resulted in increased support among a small group of rebels opposed to our underlying ethics. Their increased support have enabled them to gain more power. They're pacifists. There are much worse radical ideologies to take over than rampant pacifism, I have to say. Not the best, given our recent contacts and our recent rivalry, but it could be worse. Oh, YouTube, come on, man.
System probe complete.
No, it's a different planet, I believe. Aces, I can look at a moment. The reptile refugees never happened, Dolphin, due to the fact that I had to roll back the save. It happened after we got the space demon, anime space demon. Man, if it's gonna do this after every song, I'm gonna have to find another way for us to listen to music. That will suck. And the election is over. We have our new president, Teresa Torres, the daughter of Solomon Torres and the latest of the politically relevant members of House Torres, a family I think all of you know quite a lot about. She is a champion of the people, reducing in happiness across the whole empire, and she's an adaptionist, resulting in quicker experience gain. She's egalitarian, 50 years old, fairly competent, and of course, a scientist who has done many very important, interesting studies in her time as the commander of the Archimedes. So again, she would have campaigned primarily on an economic platform. She's a scientist in the same vein, even commanding the same ship as Athena Montelupos. But at the same time, she comes with a family whose history is much more an economical, and especially recently, with the actions of her father and her family on Earth, which run several of the largest corporations across multiple sectors on the planet, and I guess not planets. So she would have ran primarily on dealing with the high food prices, the high consumer good prices, from anything from, toilet paper to holovid screens, anything like that, essentially. Starting to try to lower those prices and get the budget and the governments into a surplus rather than a deficit. I'm sure given what we've been doing, we would almost have been running, a lot of debt at this point. This game doesn't represent that, but it probably would exist in some fashion at this point for the UNE after the presidency of Athena. So we're going to be working on economic priorities going forward. We're still going to focus on science, but it won't be the biggest thing. The family is 1,200 years old at this point. 1,200 years old. Solomon got an upgrade. Oh no. Is Solomon, in his old years, going into spycraft? It appears he is. All-knowing. He has a network of contacts that tell him things, probably on Earth and elsewhere. So, Jesus. Solomon in his old years has kind of had a bit of a political glow-up here. He's no longer the very, he was a bit bumbling in his early years politically, I would say. No longer. He's been kind of ostracized and ignored, but kind of take that as an opportunity to gain a lot of intelligence power within the UNE. That's wild. In that case, I think he probably would serve on the government of his daughter, or retain his position as Minister of State. He would be very useful to Teresa Torres. Yeah, the podcast. I guess it worked out. All the other ministers I think we would keep, except for maybe Ynon, the current governor of Earth. There's not really anyone else. We don't have a ton of competent leaders at the moment. And given Teresa Torres kind of was very close with Athena Montelupos for a while and would probably support most of her government positions, I don't know if there's really anyone we'd actually change out here. They would have been a part of almost like the same political party, just like two members within it, right? Similar to almost like a primary, but primaries don't happen in this timeline. They just run, both of them ran. Well, they didn't, because Athena Montelupos died, meaning she would have had the full support of that party, which would be both of them, probably. Most of the members of the Suffrage Watch and the Full Enfranchisement Society, so that's why she swept the election. We'll keep the government. Again, the politics of them are not too far different. The only thing we'd probably want to change is the economic minister, but we're going to keep our father in power there, so we'll just have to take a more direct course with administering those policies ourselves. Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be a Torres government through and through. But with leadership from the next generation. Unintended. Is he not currently governor? He should be. Yes. Nepotism. Just a little bit. Let me take a minute here. I need to do some thinking. First thing we need to do is for her ruler Foki. Champion of the people. And then quicker leadership gain, which would mean she'd probably be very open-minded, incredibly intelligent. Maybe not like in traditional methods. She's a scientist clearly, but she's got an intelligence across a more broad swath of spectrum. She'd be a very good orator. For sure if she was champion of the people. She'd be a very capable legislator clearly too. Could be any of these three, really. It is going to be every song. Jesus Christ. All right, folks, for next week, I'm going to have to figure out something else for our music. What I may do, this would be a bitch, but I may just download a ton of these songs and then just put a playlist on my desktop. I think that's what I'll have to do here. Because I don't want to still listen to ads while this is playing. Very jarring. Do you think we could give the reptilian refugees a planet? No, because we don't get that event, Dolphin. It was a random event. So unless we get it again, we won't be able to. It's entirely dependent on that event popping up again, which I think it was one of those random ones. So unfortunately, I don't think it will happen. That would make a lot of sense. That's incredible. Let's see if we can get more idea points here. So the effective level of all of the leaders in the government go up by 1. That's incredible. So she's just a very intelligent, capable leader, right? She's very charismatic. She's very good at speeches, and she's very good about utilizing capable people, which I think fits her pretty well. Oh my God, we're gonna get that too. I can. We recently spent skill points. Okay, we'll do that for now. We'll give her more upgrades later. But yeah, just a very capable leader and good at getting people in the right positions and getting them to do what they're supposed to. We have a couple of ruler campaigns we can do here as well with our execution points. We want economic ones. That would make sense. Oh, wow, that's incredibly good. We'll do that one for sure. Political effort with her new government. I'll do planetary growth after we get a surplus of all materials to represent the fact the economy is doing so well that people are basically having larger families. Until then, I won't do that. We'll do voices of the masses, worker happiness, and political power of workers. So she'll be a very, very worker rights sort of president, which I think fits her well. Anti-corruption, helping out the basic values and economy of the common, UNE citizen. So we'll go for that. Blasco Toxis, I think he's still around. What's up, Grover? What kind of music do you think these characters listen to? Athena Montelupos, for a fact, was listening only to opera music. Let's be real about that. Solomon Torres would probably be into like American or like Italian country, I would guess, and maybe like indie rock. That seems his vibe. Teresa Torres, I don't even know. Maybe pop, if we're being honest. The real questions. Can you post a link to the playlist? Yeah, I can do that real quick. Stellaris music. We already are building a monument to Athena Montelupos in the capital. Great, that's where the coffin was sent to. So you can have your points back. We're already gonna do that. We'll do that, I think, for all the presidents. If they're competent, we'll get them memorials. All right. We want... We're already doing what we have to. I'm gonna run to the bathroom really quickly as well. I will be back in just a moment. You see SoundCloud? Does it let you like merge songs or something? It does. I don't need to pay for SoundCloud though, right? It doesn't look like it, but that's cool. Thank you, Emperor. Appreciate that, man. Hope that works better. You can import it. I see. Okay. Oh, yeah. Redeemed a name earlier. I did not. What did you want renamed? Italy Anderson. You'll have to let me know when we get a new one. We're way over on leaders right now. So when I get a new one, just remind me and I'll do that. We have no need of new governors at the moment though. All right. Back to play. I'm gonna follow Doc Curio. So in terms of our policies, we can't really do anything else to make a big impact here economically. So to solve our current issues, it'll just come down to us essentially having to just expand the economy and rethink the jobs on our worlds, right? Primarily. Give me a second here, though. I do want to keep thinking about how we go about this. Unlike Teresa Torres, I didn't have months to plan economic policy. Well, I suppose I could have, but... It's not the right song. Lacking workers for basic jobs. That's the main issue at the moment. Our only real agricultural world is Terra Nova, and even there, all the jobs are specialists. Economy is too modernized. In terms of at least our food issues and our food prices. We wouldn't be able to like find enough workers to work basically farming jobs because they're not as appealing, given the high level of education and the access to better jobs in abundance. Given our current state, no one wants to work the farming jobs. I think we need some cheap migrant labor from the birds. That's what I'm hearing. We need them to cross the border and work our vineyards. Replace our naval headquarters on Terra Nova, given that the crystalline plague is no longer an issue and we have plenty of naval capacity. We're going to replace a food processing facility. That'll do a lot for our current food issue because that gives a percentage increase to everything we get there, I believe. Or not. Oh, it did. Nope. Robotic assembly plants would probably be the way to go then, because we can actually get them to work these basic jobs, which we need so badly. Meta-wise, they're not worth it, but like we're not doing meta. We're approaching this like from rural place, so I think building robotic assembly plants, which we can use to work the mini fields, vineyards, and food growing place all over Terra Nova would probably be the way to go. Because we can't employ people, and we can't expand our employment of farming on Terra Nova, given we don't have enough workers for it. So we kind of have to replace human labor with robotic one here. Soil fertilization plants would be a good idea too, but we'll wait till we have another building. Yeah, we're gonna replace our naval headquarters with a robotic assembly plant. I'm gonna do that on Earth too. We're no longer as religious as we used to be. I'm gonna replace one of the state maintained ones with a robotic assembly plant as well there. Every other building we pretty much need at the moment. So one of the first big policies upon coming to office for Teresa Torres, probably with the support of Solomon and the current ruling class, would be just we need to start to build more robotic labor to meet our demands for basic mining and basic farming jobs to stimulate the economy. We'd be aware that basically, generally due to where we're at, but also the leadership policies of Athena Montelupos, is our literacy rate would be at 100%. Everyone would be fairly well educated to the point they would be able to get very good jobs. And there's a lot of very good jobs. So we need to build up a worker base that is willing to actually work these jobs, and I think robotic labor is the only way we're gonna get it, so we'll do that. Yeah, robotic farmers, exactly. Yeah, the crystalline catastrophe. Gavin Zul and Marshall have rivaled each other. Our good friends have followed us and rivaling the fallen. That's another big issue on the horizon, but we're not there quite yet. We've got some time. Keep moving north though and get those choke points. Even more important now than it was before. So, a little too dramatic for the moment. We do love robotics. All right, the Archimedes is without a commander now. Anyone wants to use a name thing right now, now would be the time for it. Final or spiritualist? Or the Beak of Cocky? Go for the Beak of Cocky. He's one of the Gavazul. Birdman will be given. This would be very significant too. The most prestigious science ship in the UNE scientific fleet, the NMS Archimedes, once commanded by Athena Montelupos, then Teresa Torres, two previous ex-presidents, is now going to be commanded by a member of the Gavazul, which would be a huge diplomatic move and would symbolize our friendship currently with those people, given that a lot of them have started to migrate to our worlds. It would be very symbolic. Speaking of symbolic, our economy is doing really bad right now. Hey, he's got an AI robot. Alright, consumer goods too. Oh boy. We find ourselves in a bit of a tough economic situation, that's for sure. You know when you have to start selling alloys, you're in bad shape. Okay, so robotic labor will not happen very quickly. That's the thing. We're looking at a decade or two before that starts to make a major impact. We are looking long term, which is what we want to do and what someone like Teresa Torres would be doing. But in the meantime, we need a way to shore up consumer good production. Nope, that's not what I wanted. We will go for basic combat rules. That's huge. We're about to get ecological adaptation and Durasteel. Oh, good for our country, our nation in general, but will not help our economic issues. So let's start to pick some tech that works better for that. We need to cut costs, primarily, more than anything else. Already collecting all the trade we need. That doesn't help. Gravitational hydroponics. Oh, is that? It's Alpha Centauri. That's not. That is where Terra Nova is, isn't it? It is. Actually, that's huge. Because I believe that helps like the production on the planet, if I remember right. The Starbase module produces 2 extra food on systems of inhabited non-archaeology planets with food deposits. Okay. We're gonna build 2 of those, and I'm gonna replace the anchorages on the station with more hydroponics. So we're gonna convert basically the space station in orbit over Terra Nova into a giant, basically, food production facility. And we'll build a transit hub as well in order to speed up the movement of goods there. We also are gonna need to build an interstellar recruitment office. I'm sure we're open to refugees of any sort, so any species that wants to come here and are quite capable, we would support. Roleplay wise, that actually makes the most sense to go on Sol Station, so I'm going to put it there. Oh, I can't? Okay. Oh, no, I can't. It's over here. No, but we need a transit hub and a fleet academy there. We'll replace the Naval Logistics Office and put in place an Interstellar Recruitment Office over Terra Nova instead. When all of that is done, we should be producing, we're already in a food surplus, but given our changes on Terra Nova, we should have a very big surplus there, which will dramatically decrease food prices, which would fulfill her first campaign promise. Now we need to deal with consumer goods, more than anything else. We can't reduce our alloys, though. They're so strategically important right now. We just don't have enough people. This is the one place I think we could. We'll build an industrial district on New Vegas, providing better jobs there, and then we are going to shift our labor force into producing consumer goods. That will help a little bit, but not a ton. Reaching a radical doctrine of planetary unification, a charismatic leader has appeared on K7514. That's the Ynons. Now only a small and relatively ill-equipped band of rebels stand opposed to the majoritarian rule. We are staying out of it. We've already done too much there. So Tinivia crystals a month on the market. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid doing that actively, but I think you're about right on that.
Spaceborne life forms encountered.
Okay, that'll help with the economy deficit a little bit there. We need a military head as governor of New Vegas to straighten it out. Fritz Wolfikamon's pretty hardcore. He'll be about as brutal as any, I think, military leader would be. But if this continues and he doesn't get it under control, we will replace him pretty soon. He's just so politically important that the UNE will only get rid of him if they absolutely have to, given his father and his family. We have Durasteel armor that is massive. Our ships just got a lot better. Now this is a tough call. Mineral cutting beams or star fortresses? What are mineral cutting beams? We promised economic focuses, so even though we should go for star fortresses, I'm not going to. And atmospheric filtering for habitability increase across the board is going to be massive, so we'll go for that as well. But it's funny how the devs made a whole DLC about interacting with non-FTLs, and it's still easier to just invade or indoctrinate. True. I mean, I'm glad that you can at least talk to them now. It's just not amazing. That's the other thing we could and should be doing here, is trading with our friends the Gavizel. Deal with our trade deficit here. Bear with me a moment here. Okay, here, consumer good value currently at home. 7.4, and we'll just remain around there. So, we're going to need to negotiate some proper trade deals here. That will deal with a lot of the consumer good issues. Not all of it, though. Who else would actually trade with us? I think they're probably the only ones who would. Maybe those who remember the dark. We'll send an embassy into the home planet and see if we can start to actively trade with them, given we do have a border. They might be willing. Yeah, consumer goods are an issue for them, too. Just straight up going after their energy credits might be the way to do this then. No, there's been no major wars, Grover. You can almost get a 1-for-1. That's an incredibly good deal. Good terms, we'll take that. Teresa Torres is basically Space Donald Trump. We're renegotiating all our deals and we're getting rid of the trade deficit. Okay, I think we just solved the budget crisis. All it took was Xeno trade. All it took was trading with our neighbors, and we have potentially dealt with almost all our economic issues here. Let's see. When we get tick over here. This is the best history trade deal ever. People say it's a good, very, very good deal. People say that we're great at trade. They say, Mrs. President, why are you so good at trade? I say it's all about the art of the deal. Island Pirate Bay. We're receiving information that one of the pirate groups secretly controls the extraction of resources on the planet Nyland. In order to enrichment, these criminals paralyzed all the production processes, god damn it, on the planet. Now the Empire loses some of the extracted resources that go away to the black market. We are really having criminal piracy issues here. All right, let's... This is the second time it's become an issue. I'm gonna fire him and I'll give you your governor that you asked for. In order to set a precedent and to crack down firmly and to make sure our governors are doing what they're told, after the recently founded colony of Nyland got criminal elements, we're gonna fire Bartholomew here. What's the name of the leader you wanted, Walrus? Emotional support pet. Dude, that shit do help though, not gonna lie. Anatoly Anderson. Jean Silva is a commander, emperor, I believe. But we can't actually appoint them. Anatoly Anderson. In the lore, what kind of animal does he have for an emotional support pet? That's his whole trait. He's also an enforcer, which is exactly what we want. Precisely what Nyland needs right now. We'll send him from, Earth. Gerbil. Anti-crime campaign. We won't declare martial law yet, but we will soon, if we have to. A rideable giant spider. That sounds like more someone on Hades. Speaking of Hades and giant arachnids, how's the prison colony building going? The prison, Mustafar Aline prison. Almost there, a bit longer. Excavate the new site that we found. And automate Winfried's exploration here. We'll just start doing everything. Olga and north. Angi's gone about as far as it's going to go. No rush down there. We'll just keep working on going north. I want all that influence for getting those star bases up there. We're gonna want to hoard all that we can for now. And then let's upgrade the fleet. We should have already upgraded our ships, but let's just make sure. Beautiful. Two idle leaders, both of them commanders. Jean Silva, we will put her in charge of the garrison on Hades. Yep. On Terra Nova, we will put Dominic Moreau. Then for Nyland, New Vegas, we'll send Kit Pasutna, our defense minister, to go and oversee the anti-crime initiative there alongside the governor. Hopefully that will do something to deal with these piracy smuggling issues. All right, economically, those trade deals did a ton for us, but we do still have a bit of a deficit. If there's anything else we can do. They make so many energy credits. We're gonna do a little bit of taking advantage of them here, I think, for being honest. I mean, they need minerals, so it works out. And that should deal with the energy deficit. Then we just have a minor consumer good deficit, which we're going to bring down once we get that new building built. What planet did I build that on? God, I wish there was a Vic-3 system for trade goods and Stellaris. Maybe Stellaris 2 one day. Are doing very good. Need more enforcers though. That's the kind of the cost. You keep buffering? Oh Jesus. A dockhound. Oh, I gotta play the song again already. Jesus Christ. Hold on. Another extremely sad moment here. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our second great death today for the United Nations of Earth. Ex-president, current minister of state, current governor of Terra Nova, Solomon III Torres, was found dead this morning in his bedroom after suffering a total and completely dramatic stroke, which left him dead at 84 years of age. A great man, a man unprecedented in the history of humanity, a man in the vein of his forefathers of old. Vision, capacity, idealism, but with a practical touch that allowed us to leave our planet and to experience the galaxy in all its danger and its wealth. A great man, truly. Oh, Jesus. So Teresa Torres literally just took power like 6 months ago. And like her father, who probably would have been teaching her and getting used to the presidency and political life, just dies. That is brutal. We're gonna see her either pick up drinking or she's gonna become one of our greatest presidents. It'll be either one. We all know how this goes. We will now find the true metal of her character as we found the true metal of Solomon's in his times of crisis. Our great official, Solomon III Torres, has passed away at the age of 84 while in service of our empire. We'll give him a state funeral.
Research complete.
Solomon III Torres' name and title are carved on a towering monument, alongside others who have served the United Nations of Earth for the good of its population. The respected president will be fondly remembered by the people, having paved the way for future generations of leaders, for the good of the many. He's literally gonna give our whole fucking nation monthly unity and stability. Now that's a man who was truly loved despite all his many faults. The Solomon Talk podcast is also sadly coming to an end now. Wow, in the course of 2 years, we lost our two great presidents. That's sad. It is truly the end of the old guard and the first generation of leaders who led our species out to the cosmos. Their time is gone, but we will remember what they did and seek to honor them by continuing to build what they started. Damn. Alrighty, let's work on an energy nexus. The expedition team found a safe spot to set up camp. Additional equipment and personnel are being dropped into the makeshift camp with small drop ships. An expedition is now getting ready to search the nearby Precursor ruins. That's Ynon, our lead scientist. She's overseeing that. Yeah. Leaders do be dropping like flies at the moment. Ones that I'd influence. How are we looking on that star base? Almost there? Yeah, we have two wormholes up here, ladies and gentlemen. Either they're gonna both be connected to each other, which will be hilarious, or we're gonna get to two very different parts of the galaxy, which is gonna make things very interesting for us politically. We also have a third wormhole down here in the south. So many. I bet one of these three will go to the other, I would imagine. So we're likely gonna have one into another part of the galaxy. I could be wrong, but that's just what I'm guessing here. Unfortunately, we don't have the ability to go through or research them quite yet. We're gonna get there. We do need a new Minister of State. Bloody battles rage on K75-1, that's the Ynons, in another civil war, where pro-unification and rebel forces continue to tear one another to pieces. In this struggle, no weapon or tactic is off limit, and atrocities have been committed on both sides. Not much we can do there. Who the fuck would we promote to Minister of State? They're all so young and really untested. None of them have done anything of great note. They've been capable, but they've all struggled. So there's no just obvious choice for Minister of State like there used to be. One of Teresa Torres' first great kind of tests here is to select a capable replacement for her father, given she doesn't have a lot of good choices. At least none that have proven themselves clearly capable. We have to think about what we need right now, which is just pure economic policy. So we need someone who represents that, first and foremost. Meaning probably Feathers of Blue, the dark horse. Birdman, yeah, he is the best. Practically, from the many applications we would have looked through over the last couple weeks, he is by far the most capable for what we want. He's an industrialist, and he has, I'm sure as a part of his application and as part of his profile, we would have found a lot of policy proposals for food security and for expansion after economic growth. So he's what we want, but we would spurn a number of very influential, powerful families and people to do that. But Teresa Torres, you know, she's always felt strongly about getting rid of the corruption and ruling and governing for governing's sake. So I think she's one of those people who would look past that. Yeah, fuck it, Feathers of Blue it is. Another significant moment for our relations with the Gavazul. We have placed one of their species as the Minister of State, who is obviously preceding a great man and an ex-president himself. So a big moment. Also, for our relations with our avian friends in the South. Oh yeah, he's very industrialist, indeed. Yep, which will literally cause like a bunch of people to go towards that, which is, I love how that works. Not the most best system, but it's nice. He's very untested, and he doesn't have a lot of experience, which will hurt him, or her, I should say. Apologies. Feathers of Blue is a female bird, not a male one. It's very hard to tell. Very well, we found a replacement.
Construction complete.
Do you think they speak English or we speak bird, or is this a Neuralink thing with the AI translated in real time? I would imagine, since they are clearly a citizen of the UNE and have moved here, they would almost certainly speak whatever our lingua franca would be. I don't know if it would necessarily be English. I haven't decided that in the lore, but Uni City is in Maine, so it actually probably would be English, but I would imagine they speak it. We also do have like a rudimentary universal translator. It's not great. We perfected it after a couple of our contacts, but the event itself said that it was kind of hit and miss, so it could be that too. The question is if like even the Gavazul are capable, like with their linguistics, of producing like, you know, sounds that could speak English. So tough to say. Yeah, I think we will go more the parrot route. I agree with you, Walrus, in that they are capable of like, you know, speaking our language. Like they're able to make those sounds. So we'll just go with that Feathers of Blue is able to speak English. Probably fairly well too. Clearly quite intelligent. It appears that a mischievous third party was able to hack into the translation software of our envoy. To those who remember the dark, Hockey's Nez. To that his magnificent platitudes instead became vicious insults that left none unscathed, not least the carrier of burdens, who has declared us to be a vile gooberfish. He used the G word, wow. Although the malfunction was swiftly uncovered, the Cabrithians were not amused at the incident. That is unfortunate. Someone is messing with us. I wonder who. That's tough. The Sojourner has approached the cargo ship, and upon opening it, they found a large staff of minerals, I should say. We will absolutely take those. Winfried Knight has an expertise in particles. All right, we got that nice habitability bonus, which is great for happiness and just our general ability to colonize worlds. Satisfying insults. We have any toxic kelp? Not the biggest deal for us yet, though, is it? We'll do with vitality boosters. That'll increase, that's just probably like better medical technologies being developed, which increases quality of life and allows people to be involved in the economy for much longer, which is what we want here. So we'll go for that. All right, big surpluses on everything but consumer goods now. Let's see if we can deal with the last. We don't technically need to be in a surplus. Our economy is actually in great shape right now for the most part, but obviously her campaign promises was lower prices on consumer goods and food. So we need to do that. If there's anything we can do besides going and looking for another trade deal. We'll build an industrial district on Terra Nova as well. That should do some for us here. We also need to build up our Navy more, but I'm gonna wait until we do get that economic surplus, and then we can reevaluate the future policies of Teresa Torres. She would be very focused on making sure she can win re-election right now. We've already learned that presidents will not just get to automatically keep their title. They do have to run pretty tight races, actually. All right, 9 more years and we'll get our last seat on the council as well. We are going to get more people there. There's plenty of jobs on Luna Base. We'll build another city district on New Vegas, and when that's done, we're going to build a holo theater there. We have a nice surplus of alloys that we don't technically need to do anything with, so let's see about maybe building another station or something. We can build 3 more. Do all of our colony worlds have stations over them? We did complete Cerberus. Let me go rename that. I think. Was that Cerberus? Yes, we completed it, and then we need to actually send the colony ship there. That's how that works. Yep. That's pretty cool looking. We've successfully colonized, or about to colonize, Mustafar. Then we colonize it, we get the decision whether or not we want to do certain things with it. So we will colonize it with humans, obviously. Get the consumer goods for it, actually. So we can. Cerberus. Almost. Our extra alloys. Earth has a station, Terra Nova has a station. Hades has a station. Luna obviously does. New Vegas has a station. Does Nyland have a station? Does not. All right, we'll upgrade that into a proper one. We're gonna turn this into much more of like probably an industrial station as well for moving goods around the solar system. And then when I get the alloys, I'm gonna upgrade the one over New Vegas too. Dog Planet. Oh yeah. Let's create the forced evolutionary virus real quick. Is that a thing? I've never seen that. I have to say what they're up to, Trucker Nero. The bird people are just kind of like vibing. They're not really doing too much here. They stopped expanding as well after cutting us off from going south, and we can't really see much of the other regions. We might be able to get some maps here at some point, but we'll see. Uh-oh. That's a freeze. Oh, we're good. Some of the ruins have been found on Just Kill Sast 3A, the Just Kill Sast system. Most of the ruins are buried, and the ones that aren't have eroded so much they are barely recognizable. The ruins depict various pictures and writing, most of which is a record of their culture. Cool. We have a lot of minor artifacts. Let's see about doing something with those. A lot too. Let's sell some for the economy. Celebrate diversity. We get unity off that. Well, no, I don't think we'll do that. We don't need Elgate insights either yet. Biogrens tech equals Fallout. Oh, I got you. Okay. Ones that have not discovered the doors to the Mecha Imperium. There's so many civilizations we haven't met yet, folks. Let me be very clear about that. There's a lot of them out there. A lot. So many. We're just cut off kind of right now, so until we get wormhole technologies, we're not going to be able to find any more of them. We'll have to wait until our neighbors do, or we get the Galactic Council. Oh. I've been thinking about this a lot in the last 24 hours. It's kind of got free real estate in my brain right now. Y'all know I started that new job a few weeks back where I'm a substitute teacher now, which is actually really nice. I like it quite a lot. It's chill. The only part that sucks is getting up at like 5 a.m. every morning. Fuck that. But it's basically giving me a lot of time to read. Most classes I sub, like they have a sub plan. I will do some stuff with them, but most of the period I'm not like teaching or doing anything, so I gotta do what I want. So I've been reading. I've been going through like all the books I've needed to read like so quickly. I'm gonna need to get new ones very soon, which has been so nice. I had a job like that in college as well where I got to read, and oh, it's so good. You get paid to babysit and read. Anyway, one of the books I've been reading lately is a biography of Marcus Aurelius. My dad got it for my birthday, which was last week. By the way, I'm 27 now. I'm old as fuck. And it's really interesting. It talks about Marcus Aurelius and kind of just goes over who he is as a person and his history. And there's so much I didn't know about him, which is surprising because I've always liked them. Meditations is one of my favorite books. If you've never read Meditations by Marcus Aurelius, fantastic read, do it. But there's a lot about him I didn't know as a person. But my favorite fact in there that I've like been thinking about every few hours just because I find it so funny is there's a line in there talking about him when he became emperor. You know, he was a philosopher king, loved to read, loved to philosophize and stuff like that, and was very dutiful in running the empire. And at the time, obviously in Rome, the Circus Maximus, you know, with gladiatorial combat, animal killings, and then the chariot games were all the rage in Rome. It's what everyone went to, basically, and it was a big part of social life there. Marcus Aurelius fucking hated them. He thought the blood sport was disgusting and a waste of life, and he didn't like the chariot games because he thought that they were for, you know, dumb people, essentially. It's the same people who say that, like, football's bad nowadays, which is entertaining, but anyway, my favorite part is he was expected to attend them as the emperor, like people, the mob, as it was referred to, or he referred to them, or regular people expected the emperors to go to the games, and he would go. When he first became emperor, he just like actively didn't like them, so he would go like to like the skybox for the emperor, and he'd just sit there and read the whole time. He'd just like get out his like tablets and books and just read and not pay attention, and it pissed people off so much that him and his counselors were actually worrying about him being deposed. He was fairly popular, but like people like hated him for just going and reading. Yeah, no, it's the most base thing ever. Just shows up, he's like, yeah, I'm gonna be here, but fuck this shit, I'm just gonna read the whole time. But it got so bad, they got scared that the mob was gonna revolt and kill him. So instead, big brain Marcus Aurelius started having council meetings at the games. So he'd sit up in the skybox surrounded by all his counselors and advisors, and they just like discuss tax policy, agrarian imports, wars, and things like that. And the regular people thought he was just like having a great time and watching the games when he didn't give a shit. That's got free real estate in my head right now. I don't know why. I just keep thinking about it and I find it so hilarious. But anyway, little history fact for you there. But a very interesting guy. The nerd emperor? Not even that, man. He was just a philosopher king. Marcus Aurelius is fascinating. This is not the right song either. There we go. It's such an interesting book, though. He's a fascinating human being. He is one of the most interesting emperors for a lot of reasons. Because although he was very capable and probably like one of the most dutiful and competent, despite being very conservative emperors of Rome, so much interesting things happened in his life, economically, war-wise, politically. The fights he had with the Germanic tribes, the first major war that happened with the precursor Iranians at the time, and all those sorts of things. Such an interesting guy. And then his writing is just amazing. Goes to gladiatorial games, actively ignores the games and reads itself instead, refuses to elaborate. Yeah, literally. The most badass thing ever. Yeah, his son Commodus was not that. Commodus was the end of the good emperors and began the decline of the Roman Empire, sadly. Commodus was not his father. He's not as bad as Gladiator makes you think, but he was pretty bad. He was pretty fucking bad. Ooh, okay, big call here. Civilian fabricators. That is going to be huge for us. It'll allow us to eliminate entirely our consumer good crisis, which I've been ranting about and not paying attention to yet again. The increasingly corrupt and ineffectual local leaders on K75-1 have diminished popular support for the war. On both sides, military generals have been forced into anti-insurgency campaigns to quell civilian unrest. That poor fucking planet. You know, a lot of this is like due to us. If we're being honest, we caused a good amount of this. I missed there. I think our agenda ran out. Let's see if we can give any more upgrades to Teresa Torres as well. That's the one we want. All right, all leader capacity across the empire has gone up by 1 due to her good governance. And then she's even more charismatic before. She's learning, obviously, public speeches, politics, and generally running a population that would be probably in the tens of billions, at least at this point. Beautiful. I heard about how the people who publish Undertale music have been trying to copyright strike some people, even though Toby told them not to. Undertale music's not bad. I've never played that game, actually. I've always heard it's really good. Wasn't he getting cheated on by a gladiator? You mean Commodus? Probably. Cheating by Roman women was actually not a really big deal during the Roman Empire. If they were upper class only, not for like regular proles, but for like women of good birth and good families in the Roman Empire, cheating was very common with men and women of the Roman elite, but especially women, which kind of how it was. But it was like not per se accepted, but it wasn't that big of a deal. Like if you were a Roman, you know, patrician or from a really good family and your wife was cheating on you, it wouldn't be like now where you'd be shocked and considered divorce. You'd be like, well, that sucks, but it was fairly common. And you really couldn't take that much action against it. You kind of could, but like it just wasn't socially seen as such a big thing, which is funny. Women in the Roman Empire are also really interesting. They were treated so poorly in many ways. Like, you know, they didn't have a lot of civil rights. They were treated very poorly. They weren't seen as equal to men, of course. All the usual for back in the day. But they did have full property and legal rights, which was nice. Something very abnormal for the time. Occasionally surfacing in the upper atmosphere of GN7761 is an ancient Behemothsaurus. These hyper-intelligent creatures are several million years old and are home to entire ecosystems of symbiotic fauna and flora. Some of those organisms are able to interface directly with their home of Behemothar, what the fuck, in special chambers in order to share information with their host. Certain animals are sometimes given the role of interpreter, serving as liaisons between visiting sentient life and the Behemothar. Holy shit! That's wild. Yeah, that's pretty majestic. Can we just gain drone technologies? So they're giant space beasts with like organic robots inside of them. That's some sci-fi shit right there. Holy fuck. Space Abylos. Yeah, the mega space whales is what that is. Those are giant, I bet. Wow. We're finding some pretty cool things in the galaxy. Safe to say. Artificial moral codes. I would say, apologize. We need to reduce crime, so we're going to overhaul our administration and legal codes to deal with that. That's a big deal. As human colonists spread across the world of... Please no more mass deaths. Terra Nova, expeditions travel out into the frontiers looking for suitable sites for new cities and production centers. Orbital scans can only show so much after all. One such expedition has stumbled across something far more notable than expected. However, a vast cache of ancient books in some alien tongue has been found along with artifacts of many different varieties, from paintings, statues, and even mummified aliens found within the cache. It appears as though an alien civilization had existed on Terra Nova some indeterminate time ago. A special project has been issued to decipher the text. Wow, that's our first colony, and that is one jump from our solar system, from Earth. Well, let's get to translating, I would say. My God. Wow. Take the Animus Archimedes off exploration, turn it into a space museum dedicated to everything the Earth discovered in orbit of Earth. I'm overruling that. It costs to maintain, and we need it for exploration right now. So, unless you're okay with me deleting it, which I'd prefer not to. Because I don't want us just taking that hit right now economically. Later when we have like infinite funds, I don't mind. It just clutters things up too. Someone has a slot upgrade. I can get to this fucking menu. Renford Jr. Intuition 2. Wonderful. The lag I get when I open the leader screen is just absolutely insane. All right, a couple more jumps and we get what we need. Oh, they're already over here. Yeah, we gotta get this one. That's the big one we need. A little worrying. If we don't get a good choke port with a Marshall, we're gonna be in bad shape. I think we're gonna hold off for now. We don't need any more colonies, frankly. Are we out of science missions entirely? Oh, I literally see some over there. There we go. We need another scientist again. There are 3 wormholes, but then again, we have no idea where they go. No, we don't. Could always put it on assist research. That's also true. Okay, that makes sense, actually. If we just say that we're basically making a museum, we keep it in orbit of Earth, and then we get the bonus and passive research bonuses to Earth. That's true. That's a good idea, actually. All right, I'll make it a poll then. We'll take her home and do it that way. All right, we'll make this a formal vote on the floor of the UNE Parliament, so everyone gets to vote on this. Second poll of the day. I will put the Beak of Kaki out on another ship then. Let's actually move him to the Lagrange for that. He deserves to be out here charting the galaxy. We'll go for Antonia Mendez then. You just start automating your colonies at a certain point. It's really bad though, unless you really know what you're doing, which I don't. So I'm gonna try to avoid it. If we have to, I will though. Carl Billung just got an upgrade. We'll go with architectural interest. You know, Mendez, or a perfectionist. We'll give her Spark of Genius too. That's pretty nice to have. Just in case she ever goes into politics later. Then we will build robotic assembly plants, actually. I think that's more important on New Vegas. We'll get those going. We need a lot more robotic workers across the United Nations of Earth system, so any planet that gets new buildings, I think we're going to go for those. If you play Stellaris from a meta perspective, don't do that. It's not worth it, but for us, it definitely is right now. 100%. Right, we've got our space station over Nyland. First things first, we're going to build a transit hub there to facilitate the movement of settlers. There are no trade resources out there we really want. We have a food surplus, so we're going to build an orbital laboratory there, and then we're going to upgrade the starport in its entirety. And then when we get our next tick, I'm going to go ahead and upgrade the Jean Station. I'm going to rename that. Remain that Ficamon Station. That's a lot better. And I'm going to rename this to Solomon Station after his death. The main space station over Terra Nova will be renamed after him, Solomon Station. Also, I'll know where these are at a little bit better. Neil Station. Yes, alrighty. We will send it to Earth then. It will facilitate research on the home planet and be a museum in orbit that I'm sure plenty of school trips will be going to in the future. If they're well connected. This will be the Hoth Station after the Hothesians. Any ideas here? What should we name the station that orbits the system where Hades and Cerberus are? Hades, Cerberus, what's another thing? Persephone Station, maybe? That makes sense. You spell Persephone. Let's get the triad there. Persephone. Persephone Station. Let me rename this Midway, just because it's midway in between all our solar systems at the moment. And then Nyland. Up one. Station. We've got laboratories on it, and we'll name it after the recently deceased president. All right, cool. That makes more sense. Now I know where they're at, and they all sound a bit better for the lore. Midway. Broadway's forgotten brother. No, the Battle of Midway never happened. I'm just naming that subjectively because it's midway between everything. I think it's droids, but that is more, hey, your robots can now do specialist jobs, which we actually don't want. Oh, the Twackstar and those from the Dark are rivaled now. No, we don't want droids, actually. We want all of our robotic workers to just work basic jobs. That's the whole reason we're going for them. It's because we need workers who will do worker jobs. So I'm in no rush to get droids, actually. Broadway versus Narrowway. Flowing hydrogen mist. Thick rivers of dense hydrogen gas can be seen flowing across the surface of Kekurg 4, an unusual combination of low atmospheric pressure and static attraction where the world's surface rocks produce these elegant, slow-moving rivers of dense hydrogen and gas. Pretty cool. See if we can do another trade deal as well. Let's directly buy their consumer goods. Nope. We're buying them all already. Oh, they're very friendly with us now. I'm gonna keep them at arm's length because in the lore that they wouldn't get too close to us. So, for now at least. No such luck.
Construction complete.
Upgrade Hoth Station because it's so strategically important that we keep that well manned. I don't think we have anything to worry from those who remember the dark, but it's so close to Sol.
Complete.
Hills of Yore. Our translation team was surprised to find out just how much information was discovered within the texts found on Terra Nova. The long-defunct civilization, though it never left the late Iron Age, appears to have had a storied history, with a cache's contents including artifacts and even some heroes mentioned within these sagas. The sagas tell tales that took place over thousands of years ago, and according to the radiometric dating, occurred hundreds of thousands of years ago, before the sudden and mysterious disappearance of the civilization. Tales of great warriors, brilliant philosophers, and great glittering cities are all found within the Leather's binding. Furthermore, expeditions to where the sagas say the greatest cities were located have revealed ruins that are almost perfectly described by the maps. Already the colonists have begun to take more pride in their world, and the media is caught up in a frenzy of adapting the sagas into movies, books, and virtual reality experiences, and even video games. As for the planet itself, things are looking up. Beautiful. That's on Terra Nova, by the way. That's huge. We'll go for Tales of Enlightenment, so we get way more immigration attraction to Terra Nova. That's big. Let's see if we can boost that. We need to get a new governor too. Forgot about that. Luxury goods. We'll do fast growth as well. For the governor, we'll send feathers of blue there. It'll be a secondary job for now. The system in the north we're planning to build a station on, can we name it Terminus, since Terminus was the Roman god of borders? That's a really good one, James, actually. Did you mean the one I named Athena Station or a different one? Terminus was, yeah, also the name of the station and foundation. What are we calling the Terra Nova video game? That's a good question. We don't know the text, so it's hard to say. Terminus is a good name for a system, though, or a space station. I'll name this station. I never renamed this one. We'll do that for this. Terminus Station. I do like that name. Not to go too deep into Roman lore here, but it is a bit of a theme, it appears. We'll do quantum energy states. Improve the energy output on our worlds. Link got an upgrade. We will give him defense engineer. Okay. Well, one more and then we're in a surplus, and then I can activate that thing we're gonna do. Hold on. Back to the market directly. We can afford it. As soon as that all goes white, I'm gonna hit the button on the really fun edict, or rather, I think it's edict. On K-7051, chaos reigns. Disorganized bands roam the countryside, desperate for food. In the capital, Bosch Rio clings to power with a diminished authority that barely extends beyond the palace gates. Unless something radical changes, the pro-unification forces appear headed for defeat. We'll keep the Ynon divided. I feel bad, but they're even so polite. My gosh. I mean, he's probably pretty desperate for our help, which we're not going to give him. I think our government in general would just be so hesitant to be involved there, even with all this happening after our previous actions, right? It's pretty bad. Did we never colonize WEC? Could have sworn I did that. No, it's just so slow. All right. I've got a mod on that basically makes ships move a lot slower, and it scales solar systems to be way bigger. So until you get much better hyperdrive technologies, movement in this is much slower. Combined with all the stars, I think it makes the galaxy a little bit more realistic and interesting. The problem is it makes, especially the colony ships, go so slowly. I have to do a double take every once in a while. Respect and enjoy the piece. When the Foundation TV show came out, at first I was so angry because it's like the Wheel of Time series. They're based on a very good book series I enjoy, and they were butchered by the writers, right? Wheel of Time, much worse, but Foundation as well. But I started to enjoy it after I made myself just like not view it as like the books, right? It's its own sci-fi show, and then I started to really enjoy it, primarily because the Cleon dynasty. That was not in the books. The Cleon dynasty, like that dynasty was in the books, but it was just like normal succession of emperors, like hereditary with children, right? The clone system and how they did that was so interesting and so well done. That was the one really big change that was like, wow, that's actually very good writing. It made me respect the writers a lot more. Probably Star Fortress here. Yeah, Star Fortress. I'll take around 5 years. The Terra Nova games before GTA 6. Oh, the choke point in the far north. Oh, the one we're going to build. I got you. Yeah, I'll rename that one the Terminus, and I'll rename the one in the south something else. Sounds good. Makes sense. Order restored on New Vegas. Oh, fucking finally! With a significant reduction of crime on New Vegas under the administration of what's his name? Fritz Wolfon Ficomont. The moon's once pervasive criminal underworld has been reduced to nothingness. The population has been imbued with a renewed sense of safety, harmony. Oh man, that took a while, didn't it? My gosh. Big moment though. We've rid ourselves of crime. For now. Now only Nyland has a major criminal underworld.
System probe complete.
Big deal. After analyzing the circular structure of Kurug 4, it becomes clear that it served as a laboratory and test site for particle collision and field manipulation experiments. Already it seems like a building unimaginable for us to construct because the sheer scale of the place and the immense quantity of resources it must have taken. The collider has been abandoned for many centuries, as sensors suggest, and little of the equipment is still functioning, with a notable exception of several computer terminals and some energy banks that are still charging. In the terminals, we could find some accessible data drives that should provide us with knowledge from the old experiments conducted here and add to our own research. Alternatively, we could harvest the remaining energy of the facility. All right, take the science. It'll add up very quickly. We're bad, but now we're good. It's improved a little bit. Terra Nova about to release before Elder Scrolls 6. I just assume they're not making that game. I hope they rethink it after how Starfield went. Starfield wasn't bad, but it wasn't great either. I bet all the New Vegas Mafia dramas would be epic. You know for a fact there's some like HBO shows in this timeline about New Vegas and the fecal months. The team has made it into the ruins and have found it to be quite safe. Several small artifacts have so far been discovered along the route the expeditionary team has taken. Trinkets, tools, but also some electronic devices. A cursory analysis reveals them to be 100,000 years old. So. Did not add any of the endless space music. At least to death with music translated. Starfield, yeah. I played it for a good 20 hours or so, and then it was like, I'm bored, so that was that. Then it was done. Diplomatic networking. Embassies produce unity and scale up to 10 based on the empire's diplomatic weight. So let's go for that. We have embassies almost everywhere. Send an ambassador to the Archaeological to try and improve relations with them. Maybe two, actually. Yeah, we already have one there. I would really like to be friendly with them, given that they are... Oh my god, they're at war with the Marl Shoal? We don't have contact with them. We don't even have an embassy, so that news would not have gotten to us. It's not like there's traders. I mean, like, we pass over goods at the border, but it's not formal trade. It just started from the looks of it. I'm thinking we do some FDR style diplomacy here. I think we need to do some lend-leasing. All right, after learning of the situation in the ongoing war between the Archaeological high sovereignty, as well as the realm of Marl Shoal, Teresa Torres, after several days of discussions about what to do with the situation with her advisors, is going to put a proposal on the floor of the Uni Parliament you all get to decide on, since this would be larger than just, I'm sure, what executive authority would be able to do. All right, so the proposal is to basically send them around 500 alloys and maybe 10 to 20 a month, as well as large amounts of minerals to support them in what's going on. This would be seen as a huge war. Like, remember, we lore-wise are aware of, like, the history, obviously, of the Marl Shoal and how they are an existential threat to the whole galaxy, even though they're very, no longer what they used to be, and their dark god has been imprisoned in the shroud, so this would be a pretty big deal for us. But I mean, I'm sure there would be some parliament members who would be like, we only just got our economy stable, this isn't our war, we don't even have a border yet, so, tough to say. Hold on, how'd this song get on the playlist? Good song, but doesn't fit. Anyway, so I think this would be the wise move, and the current president would be very much for it. Look, I wish we could see that war too. If we get better relations, we can get a sensor link and see what's happening. We don't even know how strong they are. I'm not gonna allow us to do espionage on the Marl Shoal too, because they are psionic. They communicate with telepathy, and they're very unique in appearance. So it's not like we could just get spies into the realm. It wouldn't happen. There's no way. It's the war of rivalry.
Construction complete. Spaceborne life forms encountered.
Yeah, the Archaeological actually perpetrated the war. Remember in the lore, the Archaeological were one of the original species that came out of the old gods that basically fought the Marl Shoal. So they've been rivals for thousands of years. They'll be trying to end them once and for all. I have a feeling they are not going to succeed, because the Marl Shoal are a little wild. Almost there. Not our war. No, it's not. But it may be very soon. Science Officer Montresor Saldana reports that the current 6 is covered from pole to pole in a web-like network of electrical filaments. These networks respond to external stimuli. The Sojourner experimented with sending a low voltage pulse to the surface, which resulted in a wave of illumination that rippled through the network like a circuit board. Even more remarkably, the webs rearranged themselves. A second low voltage pulse revealed that the filaments had been organized into a new pattern, centered around where the previous pulse was connected. Whoa. Wow. Montresor Saldana got a whole new level too. Very capable, man. I wish we could see that war. There needs to be a military attaché system. God damn it. We don't even know their fleet sizes. Electric spiders. For how existential this war is, I believe our species is yet advanced enough for this. We are still otherwise on our fledgling ships. Yeah, they're gonna be ahead for sure, so. That's why we gotta build these defensive stations very strong. They are going to be the walls that protect us as we catch up to some of these species. That's the other part of like why this would be useful, is getting actual cooperation with them. All right, we are going to get them aid. Give them a flat 1,000 alloys. We'll give them 10 a month, and we'll send them 5,000 minerals and 1,000 energy credits. About all we can do for them. And we'll give them our system knowledge in the north, just in case that helps as well. We should get active sensor link. I don't know if we will though. No, not there yet. Oh, they will let us send an in. Oh, we got cordial. Huge. All right, let's send an embassy first. And let's offer to send a non-aggression pact with them as well, so they don't have to worry about their southern front with us and can focus on the north. We have met the Psi aliens as well. Your world will fall. Send me a link, Cog, and use the points for it. I'll play it. Terminus will be on the Jeskilsast system, so we're about to build it. There it is. Oh, there's an alien species up here. In a stunning display of strategy, Bosch Real has crushed the planet's resistance. Sleeper agents in the rebel ranks precipitated a coordinated and planet-wide attack. Before the rebel generals knew what was happening, their positions were overwhelmed. KE-751 is now a unified world under the fanatic authoritarian leader that we helped put in power.
Research complete.
Fuck. Hopefully that's a lesson that we will learn about involving ourselves in things that can be very dangerous. Or maybe not. Oh, let's go. Wormhole travel. Huge. 3 years and we can go through the wormholes and find what lies beyond. That's huge. There's no suggested song. I think I removed it because it always would get spam for silly things. Well, let me take a look. I'll play it. Or World will fall. By E.S. Posthumous. Wait, you mean Less Friction? Is that the Less Friction song, Cog? Because that's literally on a playlist I have for when I edit the Stellaris videos. That's hilarious. Is it this one? I'll play it. This is a very good song. It's the song I think I plan to put in the edit for when Terra Nova gets hit. If YouTube will play it, we'll see. This one? Did I get it right, or is it a different one? It's the only one that popped up. Alrighty, given we had a surplus in the economy for a moment, I will allow us to also go ahead and hit a new policy. We're gonna go ahead and do... Where are you? I forgot which one I was gonna do. It was an economic one, I know that. We might have lost it, actually. 'Cause I know they're different based on our leaders. Yeah, good song.
In all worlds, nothing is immutable. Our nature is gentle, and the divine is mental.
We'll do cultural exchange, though. That's a really good one, too. Increases our unity massively, which we really need. We're quite behind on traditions at this point. And let's also see if we can do any foci bonuses for dear Teresa Torres. Maybe.
All you need is what you want, what you want, what you want. All you need is what you want, what you want, what you want.
Yes, please. Free influence bonus. We'll fucking take that. Alrighty. Looking pretty good now. She has proven herself to be very competent. She has already basically succeeded in their promises. Consumer good prices, they gone up a little bit again, but they're still relatively low compared to what they used to be. It was bad. Huge food surpluses, primarily from the recently reorganized Terra Nova after the death of Solomon, which is the breadbasket of the UNE. And our economy in general is in a very good shape. So she has honored all those promises, and it would be, I think, pretty popular at this point. Given that, I think we're going to step a little bit more into diplomacy and trying to interact more with the alien species. We've already got good relations, but she's clearly already working towards better ones. Not just because of this conflict, but in general too. I love, when we go through the wormhole, I'm sure we're going to meet some more people as well. But beyond that, I'm going to ask for star charts again from them, just in case they've met anyone new. Same with the Archaeological. Let's see if we can get some more first contacts here. We will pay you in alloys. It's the brain slugs for help. That's worse than asking Satan. After following the largest of the winding tunnels for quite some time, the expedition has finally found the definitive proof of this place having been constructed rather than being a random natural occurrence. Before the scientists, the tunnel abruptly deepens into a quarry-like pit. A stone plate with unidentified writings on it marks the beginning of a roughly hewn stone stairs. The stairs lead down on one side and up again on the other, leaving an empty floor dozens of meters long in between them. While crossing the pit, one of our science officers, Adriana Longfield's assistants, stepped upon a hidden, pressure plate, unwittingly activating a trap mechanism. Lava quickly flooded the pit, stopping shortly before reaching the top of the stairs. Unfortunately, the exploration team did not make it out of the pit, unharmed. And Science Officer Adriana Longfield will never be the same. She's got traumatized. We gotta get that girl some therapy. Jesus. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna send her to the cushy posting as the head of the NMS Archimedes. She's gonna take over running the museum so she can get proper therapy on Earth. That poor woman. He watched like half her fucking research team just die to lava. That would fuck you up. That would fuck you up real bad. So she's gonna get an early, almost retirement. She'll get a cushy job. Goddamn. And then we'll send Mendez out to replace her. It's like a scene from Indiana Jones if it was R-rated. Lava's terrifying. We have received, yep, I figured A transmission from the Republic of QW0001. Our first new contact in a decade. Hold on. We need a good song for this. I come with a message from revered elder Flum Paton, the elected leader of the Republic. We believe in the rights of all sapient beings to fulfill their individual spiritual needs and will brook on no alien interference in this matter. They are xenophobe, fanatic spiritualist, ecologist, and cooperative. We'll be friendly with them at least. They appear to be planetoids of some sort, it looks like. Awfully lithoids? Lithoids or planetoids, either one. And we have met the Shagotian Union.
Construction complete.
More xenophobes. Xenophobe, fanatic authoritarian, fanatic materialist. We are the Shagotian Union, minions of the wise Primarch Arzal. Our aim is to improve ourselves through the use of technology. Whether you agree with these goals or not, do not think to challenge us, alien. We'll be friendly as well. They're quite hostile, but we'll be nice. Chagotians are up here. Where's the other species? I don't know where their borders are. It'll pop up. For now, I'm not too sure. We're meeting a lot of hostile aliens, aren't we? Teresa Torres is trying to obviously get more galactic maps to meet more species, but all she is finding are more authoritarian states. The galaxy is full of them, it seems. You should be able to find them in the contact list and where their homeworld is. That's true. Oh, they're right here. I bet that's a pre-FTL species that went to space because they only have like 2 systems. Wow, okay. Yeah, they just got to space. They are next to a mega structure, which I'd really like to have though, so we'll see how this goes. What the fuck is this? Oddly terrifying. No idea what that is. It's not a space dragon. That's a locust. That's what it's called. That ain't no drag. Oh, maybe it is actually. Hold on. The fuck? Is that a space dragon? Greetings, friends. It has been some time. First, I want to apologize for all the effort you've put into looking for me. My disappearance on KE-75-1, that's the Ynon's world, was entirely intentional. Oh, god damn it, this event. The pre-FTLs have come to see me as something of a god, and why shouldn't they? After much deliberation, I've decided to bring true civilization to the pre-FTLs. That is the Ynon that just had that incredibly brutal civil war where millions died. You will report for immediate extraction. It's too late for that, I'm afraid. I'm done taking orders from those beneath my station. My intellect was at your disposal, but you chose to squander it. Who the fuck was she? I don't even remember. Here, I am treated with the respect I deserve. This is my home now. With my knowledge and the technical schematics I brought with me, I will jumpstart this culture and usher in the golden age. right, terminate the link. We're gonna have to intervene now. That's not happening. That is unacceptable. Some weird songs on this playlist. Oh, god damn it. Oh. What to do? What to do? We kind of got to intervene, don't we? We made this mess, literally. We fucked them up by supporting those rebels and giving them their authoritarian leader and shifting their whole ethics as a species. And now one of our scientists has installed themselves as a god working with the current dictator. We kind of have to intervene, don't we? Yes, no to freedom. God damn it. You get an event later where you can send in the Marines. Yeah, and we do. I'm trying to think how we would approach this. I think they'd want to intervene, which means we'd say yes to that event. Although technically Teresa Torres is the commander of the armed forces as president, something like this would definitely require parliamentary approval, so we'll sign. Third poll of the day. I'm gonna name it what you said. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you are all members of the UNE Parliament yet again. Big question. Proposed by the current president, who after looking over documentation, the state of their world after the war, which saw tens of millions die, which preceded the one before, which we perpetrated, which also had millions die. It's a case where currently Teresa Torres and the ruling party in government feels as though we need to intervene and try and put together this species that has lost so much due to us, right? It was due to us in large amount. And to arrest and put on trial that scientist who's intervened there. There's also the strategic threat portion of this, right? If we do nothing and they develop and become technologically powerful, they could actually be a bit of a problem and a major threat. It's not like we would allow them to get sovereignty of that solar system either, so this could, a minor intervention now could stop a full-blown war later. So there's also that. Big call. Yeah, intervening with pre-FTLs result in nothing but problems, it seems. They have oil.
Establishing colony.
New Alexandria is being colonized now as well, which is... Oh, that's WEC. We're going to open our borders to the architects too. They're suspicious again. They're no longer cordial. Are they still at war? They are. Let's send them more resources. Really in our interest that they win this war. We'll see if we can get a sensor link off of them again here. I really would prefer to have one, just so we can know the state of the war and if we need to keep dumping resources into them.
Construction complete.
From a meta perspective, they do have a unique world which is worth it in my opinion. They do. It is a very, very powerful world. Oh god. Continues the fallout of our actions. News reaches us from our observation post around K751 that a recent local conflict between the third civil world war in like 40 years. Two different political factions escalated and now engulfs the whole planet. Fascists, syndicalists, and Democrats are now fighting each other in a bloody war. It remains to be seen which party gains the upper hand in the conflict and if weapons of mass destruction will be used, which they have now because of the human scientists who went there. We go in. Alright, we're gonna intervene here pretty shortly. We're getting an event for it. An Operation Yes Nani Freedom is a go. No one said no either. Wow. I think there's a lot of collective responsibility for the government right now, which is being seen quite clearly. Alright, let's build up the space station as well. As soon as we can, we're dumping all those alloys. Still wary? Really? Not a lot of trust here, is there? Our secondary expedition team has found a few tunnel systems and has discovered they lead into a well-preserved six-sided chamber, possibly leading into a bigger complex. The chamber has 5 other doors, but they appear to be locked. Tools and equipment are being brought in to assist in breaching the locked doors. That's the cave system, I think, that had all our scientists killed by lava, unfortunately. Go in. No. The rogue human is too dangerous. Incredibly, yeah. City on Hades. It's growing pretty quickly, actually. A lot of military personnel are moving there with their families. And then another city district on Nyland, also growing very fast. We'll build a robotic manufacturing complex there as well, which is, I guess, the main policy we now have to deal with basic labor and basic jobs. It's just production of robots, I should say. See if we actually have any yet. It's very slow. 1. We have 1. Oh, the Depriazzi are growing pretty quickly in the oceans of Earth. There's already 5 of them. We got 3 initially, so they've almost doubled in size. They've taken well to the Pacific and the Atlantic, it seems. Is it really a UNE government if we aren't fucking up primitives? No, not really. Not really. It just doesn't feel right. Would we extend our protection over the planetoids in the north since they border the Marl Shoal? Tough to say. We don't have a formal policy of defending non-pre-FTL species, but given our ethics, we probably would. They don't like us very much. Not that that means we don't like them back, but still. All right, we'll do a show of good faith here. We'll give them maps of the stars. We're about to cut them off, so they deserve it. One robot. That is Warframe. I never played Warframe. I only listened to the music, which is really fucking good. Elfini has a good point, especially with Terminus soon to be underway. We will have a power projection to include them in a sphere of protection. Oh, you mean the species? Yeah, no, it would make sense to build a buffer state there, and then obviously guarantee it and keep our powerful station on. I'd really like to build 2 stations here if we can get it, so they have to go through 2 layers of our defensive structures, but we'll see if we can pull that off or not. It's there. Hey, what's up, Connor? What's up? What do you think about the Rebel Moonham? Oh, god awful. God awful. I couldn't get through it, man. I tried to watch it. I got like 20 minutes in, I started like skipping it, and so bad. I'm always here for good sci-fi movies and TV shows. Like, I always want them to be good. That was so poorly written. You enjoyed it? Couldn't stand it. We'll do a centralized command for our military, which we're going to obviously be putting on Hades. Where else? Robotic assembly plants there as well. No, I did not enjoy it very much at all. It just... The storyline... What? Oh man, they really like us again. They're cordial. Let's offer them a non-aggression pact, and let's see if we can get sensor link with them so we can see the war. Beautiful! Our attempts to rebuild relations and make the Architrix friendly through Lend-Leasing and through general diplomatic contact has worked, it appears. We can now see all their systems, and they have a lot of planets, my god. They don't have a lot of territory, though, do they? If we can get the sensor link and see the war, though. No, I'm not a big fan, Condor. How'd you like it? Oh, you said 4.5. I feel about the same. I'd give it a 3 or a 4. I just lost interest so quickly. The storyline was so, like, rushed and just didn't make sense. No character development from the parts I saw of it. Very uninteresting. And I don't they already have the sequel, like, approved or something? Just crazy. Watching it once, I wouldn't. It's like 2 hours you're not going to get back. We are going to launch our current agenda we've been working on, and we are going to be expanding the council to contain one last position. And this I will make a poll, so y'all get to vote on what our last council position will be. High Representative just adds basically any skill that we want to the Empire as a whole, so it'd probably almost be like a really empowered Vice President. Chief Diversity Officer basically oversees like probably health and public safety and growth and migration treaties. Faithkeeper, I'm not going to add because we're not that religious. Military Personnel Supervisor is primarily basically to oversee our armed forces, so that would be the Army and the Navy. Wouldn't be the Navy, it'd be the Army and the Marines, my bad. Governing Inspector reports on governors to locate any abuses of power, so that's anti-corruption. That would make the most sense right now, based on currently who we have in charge. So I'd say if I was just choosing, I'd go Governing Inspector. And then we have the Democratic Advisor, which basically helps to oversee the UNE Parliament and to make sure that everything is functioning well then. So I will make a poll for some of these, and you guys can make the final call on this. High Representative is more versatile in the roleplay complex, specifically James. As in, like, we can kind of make the job be what we want it to be. That's how I see it, I think. All right, I'll make this a longer poll, 5 minutes on this one. So take your time, think about it if you'd like. Anti-corruption does need funding, agreed. which is why I'm actually going to vote on this. Don't normally do that. Okay. For our next council agenda, build relations would make a lot of sense, I think. No, we're gonna do mechanical motivators. We're kind of she's overseeing as part of her economic policy, and just general focus as president is to obviously bring in a large mechanical working force for all of the UNEs. So we're gonna go for that. I think that makes the most sense. That's a huge focus. We're building them on almost every planet right now, is what's happening there. Am I making the vote? I'm making it biased. Probably. What you can do about it, Connor? Never did any of these. We'll get to them eventually. We've got all our scientists automated, so no rush on that. Off station, I'm going to build batteries on, and then we'll build a target uplink computer. We'll upgrade Fecalmont Station as well. There's a bit of TV corruption. What's worse? I'm just role-playing right now, guys. I'm just role-playing the clear corruption currently in the United Nations of Earth. That's all this is. All right, Nyland is going to get a robotic assembly plant. And we have a surplus in every good again. You'll love to see it. It won't last long. I'm gonna get your entire family hooked on McDonald's. Oh god, yeah, that species you played, right? Intergalactic McDonald's. All right, what's the state of their fleet right now? 4,000 is pretty battered on their border. Oh, hold on, that's not their fleet. Their station's being attacked by the Marl Shoal. Yeah, save. So I can come back and record this for videos later. Kind of a big moment. Oh man, they got some big fucking ships. Look at, they got cruisers. There have been reports from Earth that numerous citizens are complaining of strange, surreal dreams. They seem to be different for each person, but no one can agree on a meaning. If it's about someone locked in the shroud, I swear to God. Oh, come on. I think the station has it. No, it doesn't. The cruisers are too strong. You need to send in a relief force. Please tell me they have a fleet. Got destroyed. Oh god, they're having to rebuild their fleet. No, they've got a 4,000 stack up in the north. Really locked in combat with some space whales or something. Our leader Laszlo Takas has confided in you that he has also been having dreams. They believe in someone is trying to communicate. Hello! Ladies and gentlemen, we have contact from an alien we have never met before. A fierce warrior who has survived many battles. Ynon. She has a passion for war and almost at home in combat. A leader of enormous proportions is carried by a procession of slaves. Atop it sits a formidable reptilian. All the hallmarks of a warlord are there: extensive scarring, brazen weaponry, and his skeletal remains of past kills. I am Ynon, and these are my terms. As she removes herself from the throne, the members of her entourage prostrate themselves before her. I will lead your armies. I will break your enemies. Their worlds will burn, and their riches will be yours. She didn't do her research on who we are, did she? Disorderly, butcher, interrogator. Oh god, and a slaver. I don't think we can say yes to that. She's literally a slaver. A great slaver commander. Why do you want to join us? I have sacked many worlds and it was easy, and it was boring. The weak waste their time on bureaucracy, art, and senseless slather. It's our whole government. She lets out a feral hiss and bares her jagged teeth. Your empire is mighty and your foes are worthy. Let me destroy them. Give me a proper fight. Where's your army? Ah, now that's a day to remember. 2 years ago, we invaded a remote world. We annihilated all its opposing us, seizing everything of value and taking the worthiest slaves. This is then the reinforcements arrive. She touches one of the trophies hanging from her belt and bares her teeth, grinning. Such magnificent carnage, an ode to brutality. In the end, they crushed us, but my warriors died well. No, we can't say yes. As good as she is. This would be obviously a meeting with our government with President Teresa Torres, who would find her, much like the rest of the UNE, to be outrageously horrible. And although we won't arrest her because it's not our business, we are going to escort her to the border of the UNE systems and deny her request. Nope, no pull. No pull. Overruled. It sucks not to get a paragon, but we can't say yes to that. Not a chance. Not a slaver. No way. Throw her at the fallen. Oh, wow. Go for fertility preacher too. Man, Feathers of Blue is a very capable Minister of State. Jesus, she's really doing a good job. That growth speed is so nice. What was the result of the poll? I missed that. Let me go see. It was Governing Inspector. Very split vote though. All right, so we are going to put in place now that we have overhauled some of the council systems and the internal laws of the UNE. Teresa Torres will be instituting the Governing Inspector, which is kind of like the endpoint for one of the big things she has cared about the most since her early days. Herself benefiting largely for the corruption of the UNE and its systems and its great powerful families, she's looking to now oversee an anti-corruption campaign across all the worlds, but especially Earth and the UNE city. So we'll be instituting the Governing Inspector, whose job it is to oversee reports from governors as well as the internal dealings of Earth and the government of the UNE, and to basically anyway, where was I? We are instituting someone to oversee that effort, so it needs to be someone we trust and who's quite capable. Which we don't have, per se. I think. I want to find someone capable, so I'm going to use a cheat code real quick. To refresh the leader pool. I want someone who fits here. That would make sense. Loretta Cohen would be perfect, I think. There's anyone else. We'll go for Loretta Cohen, a relatively unknown minor member of Teresa Torres' personal staff. She's principled and has a background in education. She probably got her PhD in some sort of medical area. So we'll hire her. Incredibly principled woman, one who's not especially experienced or competent, but she is not going to be corrupted and will look to the heart of the issues facing the UNE. So we'll go for that. Military is all right. It's not huge. We can start using more of our allies to upgrade our fleet, actually. Let's do that. I haven't done that in a while. Some torpedo cruisers as well. I wish there was something on this screen that would tell you how many of them are currently deployed. Our torpedo boat frigates as well. That'll work. I'm going to deploy some of those. Old age combined with some alcoholic related issues likely. Oh, for why Solomon died, you mean? Yeah, I'd say it would be the alcohol probably that got him, even with modern medicine in this era. He I'm sure he would have been a pretty prestigious drinker. Prestigious, is that the word I was looking for? I'm gonna hold on to our points. I want us to immediately be able to take the Howard system. Be really big. Oh, after detailed analysis, Officer Winfried's Knight has discovered that the strange metallic substance coating the surface of Belusia Archive 6 is in fact comprised of billions upon billions of nanites. These nanites are microscopic self-replicating micro-machines, perhaps created by past civilization for an unknown purpose. The volume and density of this nanite sludge is remarkable, adding billions of tons of mass to the underlying planet. It would appear that they are tiny self-replicators, entering a state of runaway reproduction at some point in the past, engulfing the planet and everything in it. An L-gate insight and assembly patterns, but we'd probably be pretty worried about encountering something like that. Nanites are terrifying, ladies and gentlemen, in real life and in video games. They should be terrifying. They have immense ability to do cool things, but they're terrifying. I personally don't like to think of myself as the type of person who sticks my head in the sand when it comes to new technology. You know, I think a lot of it can be used for a lot of good, but there's certain technologies that we're very close to in real life and are definitely in sci-fi conceptually that it's very hard not to want to stick your head in the sand when you think about what comes out of them, you know, or could come out of them. Nanites are one of those things for a lot of reasons. You should be mildly scared of them. We'll do that later. If you don't mind, I would like to recommend we expand into a second fleet built up to deal with any issues. What I'm about to do, James, is I'm going to be splitting our Corvette destroyer fleet, and then I'm going to be splitting our frigate cruiser fleets, and then we'll have two separate ones that do two separate things. So absolutely. I'm going to wait until we do all the reinforcements and then I'll do the split, because they are made for different things. The cruisers and destroyers we may potentially use for like patrolling our systems for pirates and stuff like that, and then the cruiser fleet is going to be our rapid response force for major wars and major battles. Raid our research laboratories. I have been streaming for 3 hours? Dude, every time. There's been no time, like no like campaign I have had this happen to more times than the grand campaign. Because I know I'm having like enjoying the game, the stream, but like I look at the stream time, which I can see over here, and I'm just like, what the fuck? It happens a good amount. Not always. Grand campaign streams are basically always like that. It's like a time warp. You start and then suddenly 6 hours are gone. It's fucking ridiculous. 9 days could kill us in minutes flat. Fuck that. Less. Way less. The Ynon we never got. We're supposed to get an event for that. I've seen this event chain happen before, so we should get an event at some point, but we're not, which is worrying. I'm gonna get another year or two, and if we don't have anything happen, we may have to consider direct invasion, which is an even bigger deal. We voted for it, so we can, but just in case it goes that way. I know we have one already somewhere, don't we? There's one on New Vegas. Garrisons on Earth are insane. Yeah, we only have one actually. Okay. Well, time to get recruiting, just in case we have to intervene. We're gonna commission 10 new Army and Marine complements on Hades, and then we are gonna redeploy the forces sent to New Vegas to put down the rampant issues there, and we're gonna send that to Hades system. Yep, Hades finally getting put to proper use here. The event chain takes a while to happen. Yeah, that's what I figure. We're waiting. Slow fucking battle. Those Corvettes? No, they've got hangar cruisers. Oh, wow. Come on, I believe. We gotta freeze. The danger of running on high speeds with Stellaris. We might get a crash here. Which would be the first crash, I think, of the game so far, so that's good. Unless it's one of those issues I have to go figure out. Hopefully. Not a crash yet. Dude, I don't know why. I keep getting texts from Nikki Haley's fucking campaign. Y'all know Nikki Haley? She's one of the people running in the Republican primary for president. She was our ex-ambassador to the United Nations. She's very conservative. I think she was governor of one of the Carolinas too. One of the more reasoned Republicans running, but still pretty wild. I don't know why, but I get texts from her campaign like twice a day right now. They think I'm a registered Republican, apparently. It must be this number I'm using, which I got somebody recently. It must have been on one of the Republican fucking call sheets. Oh man. Hit the wrong person. Oh boy, this is a long freeze. The big line on the screen? Oh yeah, from the Milky Way. Cool looking. God damn it, Stellaris. I might have to just exit and rehost. Restart. This is not multiplayer. Old habits die hard. You're right, James, but I'm also incredibly impatient. That's the problem here. It'd be good music. Yeah, I've got a series of mods on that are supposed to make the galaxy and the systems look better, and they do. I haven't been appreciating it because when I play Stellaris, I'm just so focused on the 50 issues you need to be focused on at once while you're playing this game. But when you actually stop and look at the solar systems with these mods on, it's so fucking nice. Some of the pictures I took for the wiki with the planets show that pretty well. Pretty incredible. Space is a fucking beautiful place, man. All right, I'll give it like one more minute. And I'm gonna restart. Yeah, I think this is a hard crash, just kind of hidden here. You're not alone. I get so many texts from Haley's campaign, but the ones I get make sense. What did I get from the last one? Let's see what the latest one said. Apparently my name is supposed to be Paul. It's Nikki Haley. Before you exit this, Paul, please take 30 seconds to read this message, which I'm not clicking on. If I was a registered Republican voting in the primaries, I would vote for her, though. She's just said too many things I just find disgusting, frankly. But as far as Republicans go, she's more in the area that I can appreciate. Somewhat old school, like Republicans I actually liked. They don't really exist anymore. Like all the Republicans running nowadays, they gotta go so far right on issues just to be relevant. And I know she's like that. She's not as bad as she appears and talks. A lot of those opinions she kind of has to say to be relevant. And there's some parts of Nikki Haley I don't mind, actually. But the party has just gone too extreme on issues. There was a time I actually would have voted Republican. I've talked about that before. Prior to like Sarah Palin era modern Republican politics, I would not vote Democratic all the time. I'd split on candidates quite a lot, actually. Early 2000s, 90s, things like that. I would probably still vote more Democrat, but I would definitely vote for Republicans. I do like more conservative economics. Not the Ronald Reagan privatization, Milton Friedman bullshit. Not that kind. But the more just like, not all the time spending ridiculously on stupid things, I can get behind that. I prefer that in a lot of ways. All right, we're gonna restart. This is a crash, I think. Unfortunately. Milton Friedman was one of the worst things that happened to the human race. Changed my mind. Alrighty. Alright, I'm gonna go grab a quick drink and probably like an apple or something. I'll be right back, and when I return, hopefully, we will have more Stellaris and no issues. So I'll be back in just a moment.
story, bringing us together, you and me, with you in your hearts, with us and sing. Embarrassing the moment, let's pretend. Short words, been meaning, simple and true. They hold the power to touch me and you. In each verse we find a world to explore. Short words, a melody, forever true. In each verse we find a world to explore. Short verse.
All right, I'm back. You're loading in. Let's hope this is all stable. Remember, it was the Archaeologics who actually declared war on the fallen Andromeda, not the other way around. Mafia Wars. There's going to be some great video games made in this timeline about the founding of the New Vegas colony. A good mafia strategy games. All right, let's see if this is stable. Or really was this? We have our governing inspector, so it wasn't too far back. I'm gonna run at speed 2 for a while, just so we don't make that situation worse. I've always found that my crashes are worse on speed 3 in Stellaris in general, so try and refrain from doing that. What do you miss in the past hour or so? The Archaeologics are at war with the Marl Shoal, if you missed that. We've been subsidizing their war. They are losing at present. We sent them a lot of alloys, a lot of minerals and things like that, but they lost, I think, their fleet at least once here. The other one's stuck somewhere. Never mind. Jesus, now they have a gigantic fleet. Got 10,000 fleet power, but it's all stuck over there for some reason. So, yeah, I don't know what this is, but I don't like it. As our president, we're gonna go in the lore that she's having a dream, Teresa Torres. Some entity. Be we you, take us. Take it, make better. Skip ahead. Take. Hope we you. The fuck is going on right now? I don't like this. Our whole population's experiencing crazy dreams, and Teresa Torres just was contacted by Yoda the Cthulhu edition. Scientific breakthrough from our scientist. Wonderful. Boy. Why are there so many eldritch horrors in this galaxy, honestly? I'm gonna make her an advisor. Adrenal Longfield, she's the one who is currently undergoing extreme amounts of therapy after losing almost all of her junior scientists to a lava trap. We'll give her an AI assistant. Several thousand citizens in our empire have suddenly stopped what they were doing, have begun to collect materials to build several structures of unknown design. All attempts to talk to effective individuals have been unsuccessful. Oh, fuck, man. I can't kill them, not yet. We'll send policemen and soldiers to oversee what they're doing, but we won't stop them. We gotta see what's happening. I swear to God, if we just get game overed by some stupid, crazy event. Let them cook. I don't know, man. I don't know on this one. This is looking a little iffy. Maybe it's good aliens coming in our minds, but you know what's in the shroud, ladies and gentlemen? It'd be Marl fucking Shull. Underplace alloy foundries on Sol Station, on Luna Station. I apologize with a look at monorails. Fuck yeah. Robotic assembly plant is what I want.
System probe complete. Research complete.
Wormhole travel. Oh, let's go. Time to get spicy out here. Go for blue lasers. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Operation D Space is about to be a go. Through the fucking breach. Let's do it. Soon enough, the structures are complete. All affected citizens are now standing still and speaking simultaneously. We architects, we help. Not bad. One success. Not all care. Want victory. Hardship comes. Accept help. Step in. Will permanently reduce our population growth speed, but increase our habitability. The boon of the architects. You can't just kill like 1 million people though. That's what a population would be. All right, emergency session of the parliament. So basically, like, we would have determined that there's no way to stop them, and if we try and stop them from doing what they're supposed to, we're gonna go the route that we kill them, which we wouldn't, but that if we stop them from doing what they're supposed to, they have, like, strokes. So we would have to kill all these people, essentially. All right, quick poll, 1 minute long. Remember, if we break up these objects and stop them from doing what they want, these people are all gonna die, and there's a lot of them. One whole population in Stellaris terms is around 1 million people or so it's a lot. Yeah, I agree, Aces. Someone has tapped into our latent psionic abilities and set up a hive mind architectural class. So this is definitely the Shroud, something to do with the Shroud. We do have a latent psionic organ, all humans do, but the Shroud is terrifyingly dangerous, and we now know that very clearly after our contact with those who remember. There's an elder Cthulhu deity locked up in the Shroud somewhere. We haven't encountered the Everhumans, Ray, not yet. Those who remember the dark just went to war with the Twakstar as well. Oh wow, things are getting spicy. We need to build up the Navy. Take no action, all right? Whatever they are giving, we accept. As we accepted the mysterious offer, the structure begins to shake wildly until they collapse. There appears to be no obvious change. Make worth, may good circle equal later bad circle you. Alrighty, well, as a result, we have done numerous medical studies across all the UNE worlds in the coming weeks and months. We have determined that essentially our ability to reproduce has been dramatically reduced. So And it's not, this is psionic, so it wouldn't be even that like, you know, human sperm isn't working as well anymore or things like that. It's not like a biological thing. It's just that we are unable to conceive like nearly as much as we used to, essentially. So the ability to have large families and kids has been reduced. On the other hand, like our bodies, human anatomy would have not visibly changed, but would just be much hardier to all sorts of elements. So we would have been made a tougher, but less, we'd have less ability to procreate. It's a very strange change. And again, none of it would have been physical. It's just, we've obviously seen what it is, but we can't really determine it. We don't have any psionic users yet, so this is all alien to us. Even more alien than aliens. Scientist Beak-of-Kaki on board the Lagrange has made a fascinating discovery on Admiananu. Large passages of relatively short Sylvian flora have been discovered on this world. These protophores seem to be the earliest signs of force-like life out there. We will add a detailed analysis of our databanks of this world for the future. I'll make it a project. Why not? Look into it. Beak-of-Kaki has another upgrade. I guess we're gonna make him a politician. I mean, he is on the council, so that checks out. I think he's the one on the council. No, that's Feathers of Blue. Looking good. Archimedes. Archimedes should be on Earth. I guess I'd never sent it back. I wonder what consequences it would have for the human species. I mean, yet again, our societal values, what we perceive ourselves as humanity and ourself is being changed yet again in space. I mean, like, again, we're probably having, a lot of people are having a bit of an existential crisis, right? Because we know that we're not alone. We know there are a lot of aliens, a lot of them are hostile. Humans have changed, like the ones on the colonies. We're already seeing a lot of ideological changes and things like that. And after this event where all of humanity, without their express permission, has changed dramatically. For the better in some ways, but like the ability to have large families is not probably gone, but much harder. This isn't a case where, like, you know, we can use our modern biological understanding and genetic engineering to change and make ourselves more procreative, right, and have more kids. It doesn't work. This is a psionic thing, right? So it would overnight have made, like, the family structure change dramatically. There would just be less kids. I'm sure some people would probably not even be able to have them now. So it would change people. I mean, that would be the consequences of that from like a cultural perspective and a psychological one would be probably pretty dramatic, right? I mean, that's a dramatic change. I mean, think about it. If tomorrow suddenly the cold doesn't bother you as much, the heat doesn't bother you as much, you can maintain a good body temperature in both those places as before. You know, things like that, which are really nice, but at the same time, you know, you realize that going forward after the news would have broken, right? That you either have a lower chance of having children or are just going to have less. I mean, that's, from a psychological perspective, that's pretty intense, you know? Like, that's a dramatic change overnight. And no one was consulted about that, you know? And like, think about if you were one of those people who had the dreams, helped build that structure, and then came to after and realized what you did. Pretty intense. Maybe it's just magically disappear. I don't think it would be that. It would just be that going forward, the ability to have kids is reduced, period. We have finally breached one of the locked doors. It looks like this is a rather large complex, part of the ruins above perhaps. Our expedition team is splitting up into groups of 2 in order to be more efficient to explore the chambers of this complex. Who knows what they'll find or what will find them. Never of those precursor sites. We have next advanced technology points. I don't even know how to use this, actually. Let me take a moment here. Advanced research projects. Must be something here. X tree? It could be. Maybe there are like technologies we're gonna get like in the future that you can only like use these points for or something. Let me Google this real quick. One of the mods. Probably Gully's technology. Yeah, ultimate technologies. Okay. Yeah, I think this is just going to be way down the line, so we have no use for it. It's the anniversary of the January 6th insurrection. Yeah, it is. I remember that day. That was intense, man. That was scary. Y'all remember January 6th? That shit was wild. If you're not American, you probably don't. When there was a mini coup, a mini attempted coup. Too light. Yeah, 3 years ago. It doesn't feel that long. It really doesn't. You were watching it on Twitch? I was working a shift at the fast food place I was working at, and I didn't know about it, and I came home and turned on the news, and I was like, holy shit. I went downstairs and turned on the news with my aunt. I was like, you should probably see this. This is kind of important. That. Get visit. Nah, we're going to give him... He's a tougher one. He's not really an admiral anymore, is he? I think he'd be a commissioner more than anything else. He's kind of been put in charge, been part of the effort on Hades. But he was originally an admiral, wasn't he? No, we're gonna give him commissioner. He's now a veteran. I was studying for my driving test. Suffice to say, I didn't pass. Yeah, a little bit distracted, I can imagine. I still remember what I was doing when what happened, even if I'm not American. Yeah, it's pretty important. But not everyone, you know, cares about other countries' politics, even if it is American. I just browsed Discord and someone wrote that the Capitol was stormed. At first I thought it was trolling, then I went to the TV and checked on the news and it seemed it was real. Oh yes, very real. SWAT officer? Yeah, that's the vibe I get from him. Or like just Marine commander, you know?
Construction complete.
Our Activity News managed to get the live newscasters inside the Capitol along with the rioters. Wow. That's wild. A lot of those guys have gone to jail, but no one at a high level really did. Besides like the Proud Boy, you know, leadership. Almost at the wormhole. The solar system Nanu is home to a very tame and stable star. This was not the case billions of years ago when another star had its home here. To the death of this other star, a lot of rare and precious metals were formed. These metals then started coalescing into small chunks that turned into bigger asteroids until they eventually became a protoplanet. This planet is now called Nanu 2 and has a substantial amount of precious resources. Whoa. Oh, where the fuck is that? Wow, that'd be an amazing alloy planet. It is Molten World though. This is basically just Mustafar, actually Mustafar. a molten lava world full of precious metals. Yep. I'd love to get that system. We'll see if we can snipe it here in a minute. It doesn't help the fact that it inspired the Brazilians and the Serbians to do that. I mean, the lack of any consequence to that, I'm sure, inspired a lot of people to consider it, given that you might be able to get away with it. I think we're gonna do armored torpedoes. Yeah. Those are really important. Especially for the ship types I'm gonna be running for us. Funny because here in Brazil, there was a copycat that was exactly the same. Was it Lula? No, it's the Bolsonaro supporters after Lula took power, right? Wasn't it? Am I wrong about that, or am I right? I know there was something really big like that. Reading about it. Unity. Yeah, okay, thought so. Heat-resistant materials do. I imagine just like natural insulation in the metal itself, right? So, I mean, metals typically conduct heat very well, right? So, metals that don't do that in some way and provide natural insulation. No idea. I'm not a STEM major. My knowledge of science is bookish, not technical. What the planets are doing. New Alexandria has been colonized. We are going to start by building gene clinics. We'll follow that up by a city, and when that's done, we will build the robotic assembly plants for our governor. We have anyone free? In order to make sure that we don't have an uprising, or not an uprising, the rise of black market trading and smuggling, we're gonna see John Silva. She's gonna be the governor of New Alexandria for the provisional authority there. We are going to then declare a sector. Can we make a sector there yet? We cannot. So bad with these fucking sectors. Nyland. Can New Alexandria not go into the home Earth sector? Apparently not. Still so bad with those. Is this Terraria music? No, it is still Battletech. No, it's not. I have no idea what this is. Less oval. The last time people stormed the presidential palace was 1986. Which country? If anyone does that kind of shit here in my country, the military and police are going to take over and put the areas on hard lockdown and beat and arrest everyone who participate in it. Right, what country are you from? If you have not already said. Okay. You can automatically stay as a colony, right? You can't just make it a sector. No. Oh, we'll just wait on it. I am automatically going to initiate. This was that you. Oh, this is WEC. Yeah, okay, it is WEC. Yeah. This is the planet that we terraformed and fucked up, and we like tidally locked the planet basically, right? And then we fucked it up. and then we had to terraform it a second time, which we did. So it's very valuable and a very useful planet, but it's a little bit complicated now. We get special decisions, it seems. I'm gonna do fast growth. Contribute luxury goods, launch anti-crime campaign, just to cover our bases. We've had a history here of dealing with that, so we want to be very careful. We'll strengthen the diversity as well. No, I need to influence for that one sector we might get. Expand dayside infrastructure. We're gonna get insane bonuses to energy credits here. We're gonna make this probably into an energy world then, for the most part. Oh yeah. Trade isn't useful. Hydroponics aren't useful. We'll build orbital laboratories, I guess. Yeah. I'll do an innovation link as well. Midway, I'm going to upgrade. I'm going to keep that an anchorage. Athena Station, we will build more orbital laboratories. And then an innovation link when we can as well. Let's do that right now before I forget. Beautiful. And then Nyland itself, I'm going to turn into a science world, by the way. That's the plan there. Once we deal with the many crime and mafia and pirate organizations on the planet, we will turn it into a science world. Got a ways to go, though. So close. Pearl of the Orient Sea. Pearl of the Orient Sea. What's the Orient Sea? Turkey? India? Saudi Arabia? Presidential Palace. I'm gonna guess Turkey. Oh, Philippines. Orient Sea. Is that what it's called? The nickname for the Philippines. Oh yeah. Manila's nickname is the Pearl of the Orient. I never knew that. How did I not know that? God damn. That's cool. I've always wanted to go there. I never have. It's a long list of countries in the Pacific I want to go to. Sadly, the police force where I am from is extremely undermanned, therefore riots are very much probable. Luckily, the population is overly passive. Walrus, are you American? That sounds like the American. No. The police force isn't undermanned here. Canada. It sounds like Canada. Danish. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah. Things are pretty chill. You guys always rank so high on like the happiness index and stuff like that, which I know gets like over dramatized, especially by Americans, but it is a pretty well-run country by human standards. It isn't a high bar, but it's pretty good. Alien Zoo. Giant mounted cannons on our space stations. We'll do Zero-G Laboratories first to get that research bonus. It won't be huge, but it'll take us a very short amount of time now. We successfully ousted a dictator through peaceful means. You mean Duterte or which one? People's Power Revolution. Oh, 86. Wikipedia say revolution? I know nothing about this. I know almost no Philippine history besides the fact that it was a Spanish colony and then transferred to America. And very important in World War II, of course. Departure of Ferdinando Marcos. Never heard of him either. Oh. 21 years of rule. I'm gonna guess that he was backed by the Americans and the CIA. Wild guess here. Was Ferdinando Marcos backed by the American establishment? Out of curiosity? I haven't even read his Wikipedia page, but I'm gonna take a wild guess right now. A wild shot in the dark here. Possibly? Lasted 3 days of protests, resulting in his removal from power. 2 million people protested. That's fucking wild. Went to Hawaii. That's a rabbit hole. That's a Wikipedia rabbit hole. I'm not gonna read it right now because I won't stop. I'm gonna look that up later. That's interesting. Philippines has the longest running insurgency in the world. Didn't know that either. That's interesting. What's the insurgency called? We have nuns, priests, and common people and such walking hand in hand with on rosary. Very religious. Primarily Catholic, right? Spanish did so much converting when they were over there. Traders need aid. Our loyal traders have been in a rough spot lately. This year has not been going so well and they're asking for assistance to get back on their feet. We don't have the money for it? Wow, okay. That's unfortunate. It's not like we're in a bad state economically too. I guess they needed just way more money than we have. Wild. We'll do energy plants. Those produce so much energy. And we'll probably build those on New Alexandria. New People's Army. 330 years of glorified colonization. Yep.
Research complete.
The wildest thing is when Pepsi caused a riot in the Philippines. If I remember right, they had this game where if you had a number on the inside of a cap, you'd win money, but they printed too many and had to give out more money than they had available for it. So a lot of the winners rioted against Pepsi to get their winnings. Wasn't Pepsi also the one that like wouldn't give that kid like a fighter jet in like the 90s or the 80s or something? Didn't they do another like reward program where they said if you collected enough points, they would like give you a fighter jet? And then someone did, and then they refused to give it. And they argued in court that they didn't have to because no one would reasonably expect them to do it, which they won because of course they did. Fucking stupid, man. If you're gonna make a reward program and advertise it on TV ads, it's reasonable to expect that it's gonna be given to you. Fucking bitches. We'll do Xeno diplomacy. We're really going that route with Teresa Torres and our recent contacts and trying to support the architects, so we'll build an embassy complex when we can. They're friendly with us now. How's the war going? I think they're winning. The Marshall fleet has been reduced massively. Interesting. That's basically correct. All right, ladies and gentlemen, election time already. We're gonna do a poll. We have running for re-election Teresa Torres, who has done all her campaign promises of balancing prices and working on economic development as a priority. It's the year, hold on. 2, 6, 4. Teresa Torres will, of course, be running for re-election. He would probably just be continuing to campaign on economic issues, expanding the economy, and working on developing relations with the other states, primarily the architects, which she has been the architect of overseeing a new Arab relations with. Who would run against her? Fritz Wolf-Fikowat? who, after successfully dealing with the crime crisis on New Vegas and overseeing it developing into a fairly profitable colony with the support of his family and their massive wealth, will be running for president. He would be arguing for like a more conservative branch of politics, a little bit more isolationist, but also primarily an economic running there. Who else would run? Eveline Celine de Bonaparte is going to run as a military option, advocating a expansion of the fleet, developing strong borders and becoming more hostile to the more dangerous powers. Anyone else? Billung is Fickelmont's bitch, so he won't. Montalupos isn't experienced enough to run. Just for the fun of it, I'm going to put Kit Piscina on the ballot again. He's basically like the Green Party of UNE politics in that he always runs, always gets a few votes, but never really is relevant. I'm going to keep it paused, just so I don't run past by accident. Whoever's a blue should run. I don't think he would yet. He's still a scientist in his early years. As a general rule, if they're not, like, they've not been officials for a while, or if they're low skill rating, I'm not going to have them run, unless there's a reason for them to. Essentially. She's pretty fucking charismatic though, isn't she? We can level it up again? Oh my god. All our leaders effectively have 2 extra levels in competence due to how good of a ruler she is. Jesus Christ. That's a dub. We do need to work on unity. True. True, true, true. We'll do another culture exchange. Then we'll do more diplomatic affairs as well. How's the poll looking? Teresa Torres winning. Fritz Wolf-Fickelmont is pulling pretty well, actually. Yeah, sole of your foot cramp is the worst. I have that in the morning when I'm being lazy and like moving my foot before I get out of bed, and it's like, oh, fucked up real bad. All right. Torres probably winning this. Closer than I expected. Teresa Torres with 9, Fritz Wolf-Fickelmont with 6, and Eveline Celine de Bonaparte with 1. Meaning that Teresa Torres will win re-election. I think she's expected to. Yes. Beautiful. The worlds are looking pretty good here. She's a very competent leader. Yeah, she'd be pretty popular right now. The economy is in the best state it's been in since we've gone out into space as a whole, right? So she would be pretty popular. I wonder how that war's going between them. Those who remember the Dark and the Twack Star. Even. The Torres will rule the cosmos as they ruled the waves. 2 out of 4 total presidents have been Torreses. But it's starting to look that way. We can build star fortresses now, can't we? Let's get all of our space stations upgraded to starholds. One wasn't. We have already done. So our first star fortress is going to be on Giskelcast. Giskelcast? Have I not built that yet? I thought I did. No, apparently not. Wow, okay. We're gonna save all our alloys so we can upgrade this, just automatically get it up to a star fortress. So we have a very hard border with the Marl Shoal, and then I'm gonna build another one on Hauer. Hauer. We'll have double space stations to block anything with them. Singing Planet. What we first assumed to be a deliberate attempt at communication has turned out to be an unusual but naturally occurring phenomenon. The magnetic waves produced by the planet, given proper handling and editing, may sound a bit like talking or even singing, but they are in no way created by a thinking being. Some of our scientists, however, find it quite catchy. It might be possible to make use of this phenomenon, possibly by hosting artists or VIPs at a station, creating solely to catch these signals and play them to relaxing music. Cool. Have y'all heard like the sound of planets, by the way? Like the recorded sounds coming off of certain planets and bodies? They're pretty haunting. Pretty cool. New genre dropped. Planet Phi. We'll do UV lasers. Yeah, Jupiter's pretty scary sounding. Let's see if I can play 1 or 2 real quick. I shouldn't get copyright stricken. Unless Venus decides to claim the music's theirs. Here it is. Yeah, Planet Core, exactly. God damn it, YouTube. They really do make it hard on you if you got a fucking ad blocker now. All right, this is the sun. You can hear it. Kind of low. Interesting one. Some of the moons of Jupiter in particular are wild. Here we go. Volume's too low. Let me find another one. Here's the Jupiter one. This is the haunting one. Copyright strike by NASA. There it is. It sounds like one of the background sounds you hear in like haunting like horror video games, like a sci-fi horror game. I don't know how they get the recordings actually. I'll look that up. Sounds from planet Jupiter recorded by the Voyager as it passed by. Silence Hill ambience. Yeah, Dead Space is what I was thinking of, exactly. They're pretty wild. It's worth looking up. Some of the bodies are pretty wild ones. Some of them are really nice sounding too, actually. Good. Stephanie Station, which is the one over Hades. One anchorage. And one torpedo battery. And a transit hub to make getting to Hades easier. There'd be a lot of movement coming in and out of that planet, so it makes sense. That's Lee Anderson. Make him a politician, I guess. Terminus Station. This is not real Terminus. I'll need to rename this, actually. One gun battery, and then one torpedo battery, and then we'll throw in a target uplink computer. Alright, election is over, I believe. Yep, Teresa has been re-elected for a second term. Fairly popular. Still not as competent as I would have expected, but overall doing quite well. The walls and ceilings of these chambers are extremely reinforced with neutronium and some kind of moving or living metal. They seem to repair most of the damage our tools did to the doors after we opened them. There are signs of firefights and explosions inside of the chambers, but the walls, floors, doors, and ceilings all appear to be in pristine condition. This complex must have been some sort of bunker, or at least a heavily fortified facility. Wow, that's a lot of research in Unity. We've got the emergency replicator. Self-contained unit of being powered by dirt itself. It can fabricate everything you need to survive. We literally, what the fuck? We found a matter converter. Passive effects, monthly at 50 minerals, 50 food, 10 alloys, 10 consumer goods. If you activate it for oh my God, for 10,000 energy, you get 3,000 minerals, 3,000 food, 1,500 alloys, and 1,500 consumer goods. Jesus Christ. That's a good ass relic. Wow. Yeah, we'll take that. That's incredible. What? Oh, that conversion is insane, actually. The alloys themselves are paid off automatically. You find like the total value here. Yeah, around 25,000 for 10,000 is what that is. Wow, that's insane. Yeah, I feel like this could have a very negative effect on the economy, though, if we're not careful. So we got to be a little wary. We'll go for direct diplomacy. I'm in no rush to use it. The passive bonuses by themselves are so nice, though. Definitely a fan of that. Have a good night, Aces. I will catch you later. I'll stream a little bit longer. Not too much longer today. I don't want to do a super long one. I've still been pretty tired. I'm not sick anymore, but my energy has still not been amazing. We can restore that depressurized station as well. Might as well. Remember that station we found on that really obscure system out in the middle of nowhere? We could rebuild that, which we should definitely go ahead and do. It'll take us around 2 years. We're not going to be making that science nexus do anything for quite a while, though.
Construction complete.
See if she has any new Bokai points as well. Planetary unity could be very useful. 250, that's really good. Go for the monthly unity bonus.
Research complete.
We only produce 300, which would be 15. That's still pretty good. An admission to the Architect's high sovereignty. Many of our interstellar stellar neighbors don't seem to be believers in any religion. Some even seem to worship their machines and inventions. A group within the clergy has discussed sending missions to the Architect's high sovereignty. No. Absolutely not. Clear separation of church and state in the UNE, so no. That would not be a good idea to piss off the Architects with religion right after we just got them friendly. And given they're in the middle of the war, they might be pretty dangerous.
Construction complete.
We'll do the global production strategy tech, which will give us access to some really nice buildings. Living state is good. I think that'll be the next one I'll do. But getting the production center for the whole empire, I believe building that we get would be so nice on Earth. In UNE City.
Research complete.
As Latakis as an upgrade, we are going to formally make him we'll make him a scholar. Portable force fields. Where the hell did we get that tech from? Army health 20% unity from soldiers too. Advanced force field emitters allow for them to be much more easily deployed. Yeah, I'm literally Borderlands. For real though, the soldier class. Oh, that's funny. We got it. We got it for the lore. There's no way we wouldn't do that. We now a bunch of our soldiers have deployable, throwable force fields. All we need is like engineers who can throw little turrets down. The team of Science Officer K&A Diami has finished their expedition to KE-595 and returned to the Magellan. Thankfully, the starship graveyard on the surface proves to be a technological treasure trove. Studying the remains of these vessels has advanced our research in a number of fields for several years, and there are things yet to discover. A permanent science outpost in orbit would be a greater boon to our starship engineering efforts. 8,000 engineering. Oh boy! We've looked through the wormhole. It's time. Completely forgot about that. Let's do it. We went right into an alien empire. Yep. Oh boy, let's hope they're friendly. See what the ships look like. Oh, wow. Oh, boy. Let's go back before we get destroyed here, though. Go look in that other wormhole. They don't look friendly, I'm going to be honest. Fuck, now we need to militarize that system, then. Build that up into a star fortress immediately, because they have just instant access to our system as well. Oh god, more traps. From the pit onward, the quality of the tunnel is steadily improved as the smooth stone surfaces replaced the naturally jagged rock walls. Our expedition team has eventually stumbled into a bigger cavern containing what was apparently the entrance of some kind of bunker-like structure. In the middle of the cavern, a single large column holds the weight of the entire ceiling. This is Indiana Jones. On it, another stone plate with indecipherable writing resides above the expedition team, makes out to be some sort of lever. Though compelled by her own curiosity as well as her colleague, Science Officer Antonia Mendez chose to resist her infantile urge to pull the lever, instead deciding to study the mechanism using her scanner from a safe distance. The results confirmed her suspicions. The lever connects to an elaborate mechanism holding the column and the large parts of the ceiling in place. It appears that triggering the lever would have caused most of the ceiling to fall onto the ground. And probably space snakes. Snakes on a spaceship. I don't think those ships look like any of the custom empires. I don't think they do either. Possibly avians. It'll lie to you sometimes and give a shape when that's not actually what they look like. You gotta be a bit careful with that. Anchorage is on Midway, and then we'll make a naval logistics office. Upgrading the base. We're gonna name this Terminus. Get it again. Nice stretch. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I finally got a new chair. First thing I did with my new job money. I got a, it's not an amazing chair, but it's a good one. The one I had for years, and oh god, it fucked up my back. And I finally replaced it, and it's so much nicer. Proper, semi-proper lumbar support. Our deep space tracking arrays on New Alexandria have made an alarming discovery. A large asteroid is headed towards the planet and will collide with it immediately. Oh fuck. Not too far from our home systems though. We've got an asteroid incoming. The space station there should destroy it, but in case it doesn't, let's deploy the fleet. I'm gonna send the corvettes though. They're quicker. The upper fleet will put under the command of Mayor Link. It does need training. It'll get to shoot at asteroids. There's a lot of other hostile entities we can go and start and try and destroy and stuff. So because our fleet size is a lot bigger. We can go after these guys. Mineral extraction, same with those. Yeah, let's bring the rest of the fleet as soon as we reinforce it, actually. We need to start getting them trained. And there's a lot of those mineral extracting droids that we can start to take out and destroy so we can get their systems. All right, we've got force fields now. Disruptors are actually really good. We'll do plasma fields for that armor pin, though. We have to spread out the Navy a bit more, though. With the mods I have on, it takes so long to get between systems. I feel like basing the fleet out of Midway actually might be the plan. And leaving a small, like, fleet next to Sol. That might be the wiser thing here. Until we build a hyperlane network. What's it called? Hyper relays. New Alexandria is a xenophobic enclave. An unregistered colonial ship has brought new settlers to the planet of New Alexandria. I wonder where they're from. These colonists keep aloof and avoid contact with other races. The new community is embraced by ideas of closed conservatism and hatred of aliens. Who could that be? Who on earth could that be? I wonder. No idea. Impossible to say, really. We have a lot of influence, don't we? Gotta pick up those nanites. All right, we made semi-contact with him. No details have come out so far of the species behind the wormhole. They automatically upgrade. Okay. Armored torpedoes, we have those now. Let's go for antimatter missiles as well. Yeah, that's really important. Good missile ships in the early game are so key. And we are close enough to dealing with something bad. I'm going to go ahead and do that. We'll do. Antonio Mendez has gotten field manipulation expertise.
Construction complete.
Beautiful. And Teresa Torres has an upgrade. My gosh, yes. Okay. Statistician. That's like the macro political side to a scientist, so we'll do that. That's huge. She's gotten very good at her job. Very technical. Very detail-oriented. She's reading reports all day. Did the birds start fighting the ones who remain? No. It was the other way around. Those who remember invaded the Twakstar hierarchy. We can take out that fleet, actually. My God. It'll take 4 years for the fleet just to get to WEC. We really need to build a relay network. That's bad. That is so bad. We can't do that. We're essentially just lacking a highway right now. Okay, we're gonna begin a pseudo mega project. After we take that last system, we're gonna hold off on new systems, and we're gonna build a relay network from Sol, Alpha Centauri, Procyon, all the way up to the northern reaches of the orders, because this is too much. It's too slow. We can't do that. So let's get that underway right now. It's going to be very expensive. Each one of these are 500 alloys and 25 influence and 100 crystals. But this is so needed. This will be like the next big, huge policy project of Teresa Torres and the government in her second administration, after realizing not just how bad for trade the lack of quick sublight speed is throughout the very now large UNE systems, but the clear security issues that has caused, specifically with the fact that we can't get to WEC in time to stop an asteroid from destroying the planet potentially, right? So, huge issue. On another subject. We have received alarming reports from the surface of K751. It looks like our rogue scientist is consolidating power. He has given one of the feudal kingdoms access to advanced weaponry, and they are now in the process of conquering the rest of the planet in his name. The plan has been proposed to forcibly extract him, but it will require significant ground forces. There's no telling what the effect will have on the native population. Operation Yasnani Freedom is a go. Remove his ass. Her ass. It's a woman. We're sitting in the UNE Marines. Absolutely. We're going to activate the artifact. We need the alloys to make this our new, basically, space highway. So I'm going to get us the money to use the replicator. We're gonna burn it. It gave us a ton of consumer goods and a ton of alloys. We'll now have the alloys to build a good number of the relays. Kill her, remove her face from every photo, her name from every archive, and the whole stuff. Yeah, she's gonna get wiped out on that planet if we can do this. Fuck. I don't think we get there in time.
Research complete.
Oh man. That's bad. We need this highway. So clearly now. We'll do auxiliary fire control. Beat upgrade station? What's that person? We can't do forced movement of like where they're living, so we can't extract them actually. We should be able to do like, actually can I? Nope. Resettlement is not allowed. They are stuck. Cerberus has been actually officially colonized, by the way. Could be able to choose what it does, though. We had this last time. Oh, a stadium. So we did the station specialize. We build a habitat, which is different. That's still, we're gonna still roleplay that it's a prison habitat, but still, it's a little less fun. It's a prison world. It would have like stuff around it. So, roleplay purposes, we're gonna build a stronghold. Like upgrade the station near the asteroid for more fire. Oh, that's a 1,000 IQ play there, person. Thank you very much. I know what you're saying. We're gonna build up the outpost and then build more weapons on it to destroy the asteroid. That's a big IQ play there. I hope that's gonna be done in time. It might not. Make the planetary designation prison. How do you do that? Do you know? We can do fortress, that's about it. I forgot you can put these on planets. Or colonies only, I guess. Nova is already in Agro World, which is what we want. Hades. Those really fit. Station. God, that's a thing now in this, excuse me, in this game. You can designate planets certain things. The auto-designated part. The game didn't like me clicking the designation button, it just crashed it. That's unfortunate. This is as good a place as any to actually end for the day. That's the kind of crash that's not bad, so it's fine. We got the save and stuff like that. Yeah, designations crashed it. We're gonna end here for the day. I'm a little tired. I'll go make some dinner and relax a little bit, but I'm very glad to be back on the Grand Campaign. I hope y'all enjoyed it as well. See if there's anyone to raid. There is not. See if there's anyone doing anything Stellaris interesting. We'll continue next week, normal time. I'll probably do a longer stream next week as well, I think. I mean, this one's almost 5 hours, but I'll probably do like a 6 or 7 next week. I want to get going again. All right, any interesting Stellaris streams? Lots of VTubers. These streams look really interesting. All right, we'll end here. I'll be back next week. Starting, it'll be Saturday, same time, 2 p.m. Not late like it was today. We'll keep things going. Hope you guys enjoyed. Have a good rest of your weekend. Have a good week. I'll catch you later. Get vaccinated as well. Jesus Christ. I just learned that. Should be done. Well, I already did. But if you're not, get vaccinated.